Go live. We have gone live. Hello! Right then. Let me just do this because I'm going to do something slightly different than I normally do, in that I'm going to also announce this on Threads because I got challenged by one of my students to actually use Threads. And because I am challenging them to actually read the proper hard copy of a book, and for every day I put up a thread, they are going to read another book, and they have real trouble reading unless actually someone makes it an absolute priority for them. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. So excuse me for being rude a moment. I'm being probably a terrible, terrible lecturer in that this is the way I'm getting to read. But my policy is, as long as I get them to actually read the books, the methodology of how I do so is less of a less of a worry. Okay, that's my view. There are bad points to that, I know. There are bad points. I do admit that. There are bad points, but it works, okay? It works. So, and it doesn't take that much time to copy, paste, and yeah. Post. Done. Ends justify the means. Okay, on some things like getting someone to read a book, it does. But mostly because this is a good student, it's just... They've got through their GCSEs. They're in their A-levels now. And... they're like another person on this channel. There is a commentator, I won't reveal who, but there is a commentator who occasionally chats about it, who's been having fun with their college. And so, as they are friends with one of my little cousins, I've basically taken them on as a personal tutee. And by hook or by crook, let me rephrase that, by hook or by virtually any other legitimate non-illegal incentive, I will get them through their A-levels and get them into to where they want to go. Because I'm not going to have someone who has been completely defeated because, oh, they got told that, oh, you did well okay in your GCSEs, but you'll never get any further because of your specific learning disabilities. Anyway, that's all slightly off topic today. Today's topic is Patron 80, the most annoying and damaging myths about the Royal Navy in the Treaty Years and World War II. And normally I have a reason for putting the two, the things that win the patron vote a certain way around. And basically, I went with this one first because it was easier to do, but also I'm going to do the live first before I record it, so hopefully the recording won't be ranty. Hello, Dan. Dan, you're planning on exercising. We've told you before, that's scary. Hello, Knights of the Front. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Blaski. Hello, Michael Cooch. Hello, Colin Gasberg. Hello, Peter Dawson. Hello, Steve Richardson. Hello, Colin Cameron. Hello, Byron Ewan. Hello, Michael. Hello, Amelia Burrow. Hello, Atris Verdun. Hello, Stephen Richards. Hello, Bob Fry, DG40. Hello. Hello, Seneca Canario. Paul Beswick. Hello, Blackburn Maximus. Hello. And hello, Jacob. Yes. On a bonus milestone chat. I should say something nifty now, I guess. It happens. We get to the bonus ones. Is King George V? No, King George V is not directly, because honestly, when I was picking myths, there are so many to pick from. Honestly, the Royal Navy, in fact all the navies, accrue myths like anything. And I'm going to start this out by saying one very clear thing. Me correcting a myth about the Royal Navy, or arguing about a myth in the Royal Navy, should not be inferred as me slagging off any other navies, unless I thereby mention that navy by name explicitly, saying it's wrong. Their analysis. So, please note, do not, and I ask this partially, please do not comment below if there are people who will do this on no matter what I say, but I'll say this. Comment below going, oh, you're just being anti-American or anti-this. I'm probably not going to mention the American Navy. Not with tonight's myths. There are myths which do wander around with the American Navy, but most of them are pretty convoluted and complicated myths, and frankly, the question was the most annoying and damaging myths about the Royal Navy in the treaty years in World War II, not the most convoluted ones. Shameless book plug. It's always fun to put in a shameless book plug. And it's always good to have a shameless book plug. Because this is how we pay our bills. And because, well, as I'll discuss at the end if you want to hang around, because I did a bit of a including a long patrol on Tuesday, but well, I came out Wednesday. I'll discuss it again tonight if anyone wants to ask questions about it. Exactly what point I will actually have earned back the money I invested in this. Oh. Hopefully we're busting old myths tonight. So, 2 categories and a bonus. These are the ones we're going to look at tonight, and I'm going to explain why we're looking at these. So, damaging myths. The prime myth. The Royal Navy is dominated by battleship admirals. Yeah. So, I get this said to me a lot. I get told regularly the Royal Navy was not prepared for World War II and had so many battleships because it was dominated by battleship admirals. When I turn around to put up those people who said it to me and go, but the Royal Navy had the most aircraft carriers of any nation in the world in 1939. They go, yeah, but they didn't want them. You're going to tell me that someone made those battleship admirals, including such luminaries as even Admiral Beatty, invest money in things they didn't want to? Honestly? We'll get into that one. Then we have the progeny of this basic central myth, in that the Royal Navy didn't understand value naval aviation. I'll be getting into that one. The Royal Navy didn't understand value submarine warfare. They didn't build as many submarines as the German Navy did, but that's because they were building things other than submarines. It tends to help with your production if you're just focusing on one thing. If you're just focusing on building submarines, you can build an awful lot of them. If you're focusing on building cruisers, destroyers, submarines, torpedo boats, corvettes, frigates, aircraft carriers, battleships at least, monitors, all sorts of interesting things are knocked out during World War II, really. You tend to build less of that. Am I using a different microphone? Shouldn't be. I'm using this one, I think. Let me check. saying microphone. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Hopefully that's correct. It is saying it's using that microphone. And, yeah, it's fun. And then we have the Royal Navy wasn't preparing for war, only started preparing for war in World War II, 1939. Yeah, that's one that comes up quite a lot. That one I have a lot of fun with, as you all know, but I will be getting into that one. So some of these themes are, myths are themes this channel has dealt with in the past. But again, they still come up on a regular basis, so I will keep knocking them down, quite happily. Annoying myths. If Germany won the Battle of Britain, they would have won Operation Sea Lion. That one comes up. The Swordfish was a relic of an aircraft. Oh, riggedy day. World War II and British involvement started in September 1939. This is one of those things where you get into a whole discussion of when World War II starts. Now, traditionally, of course, we do date things to the invasion of Poland by Germany. That's normally the point of view of it. But there are other wars going on and other things going on prior to this. Again, they're often pictured as being just the Far East War or just as they're not. It's a global conflict going on long before. And the point is, the sides aren't ideology groupings, they are groupings in many ways of convenience. Let's be honest, at the height of World War II, you have America, Britain, and Soviet Union fighting on the same side. You have one power who is virulently about destroying empires, mainly with the idea of setting up small countries which it will then be able to influence and sway and lead by the sheer status of being America. You have one which is the world's largest imperial power, and one which is a communist dictatorship. There is realistically no ideology which should link those three powers together. These two tend to work together out of pragmatism and the fact that they both speak each other's language, so they tend to understand each other to a greater degree than most countries do. I'm not saying they do actually understand each other, but they do understand each other to a greater degree than most do, so they tend to not fight each other actively. It's more a case of frenemies than enemies, okay? They are good friends, but if they can cause each other any trouble without it being linked back to them and actually cause them trouble in return, both will take the opportunity to do it every single time to this very day. Okay? I'm sorry. In fact, in many ways, you could say they are best friends, because the traditional definition of best friends is the friend of yours who will literally push you over the cliff to giggle about it, but will have checked that you won't hurt yourself when you land in the water. That sort of thing. Give you the shock of your life, make you very, very scared, but will make sure they didn't kill you. Whereas most friends won't. And by the way, please don't ever do that. That was just me giving a little bit of a facetious example before anyone uses that and goes, I did this because of Naval History Dr. Tommy Do. No, don't. It was an example. A hypothetical, and not something which anyone should ever do, because unless you're No, I'm not even saying there's no good reason to do it, because things can change down below. Just don't. And then these small boats alone saved the British Expeditionary Force at Dunkirk. Now, this one I have a lot of fun with because a large number of the people involved in the crewing the small boats were reservists or naval personnel added to them anyway to assist with the crossings there and back. Or had served in World War I, so had some experience in that sort. But there are other things which come in. So basically, you have to understand those small boats are incredibly important, but they don't do it alone. And it's one of the things of the myth. You have this image of this small boat flotilla coming in and pulling people off, and they turn up, they help out, they are a component, yes. but a lot of other ships are involved as well, so we'll get into that. And the final myth, the absurd myth, the fact that the Axis ever really had a chance of winning the war. This is one of those scenarios that comes up a lot. People go, but the Axis could have won. Yeah, no. I actually saw someone the other day said, oh yeah, well the Germans are planning completing Plan Z by 1945. Then they'd have reached parity with the Royal Navy. And you go, Plan Z doesn't even retain parity with the Royal Navy. Even the Germans know Plan Z will not equal parity with the Royal Navy. The Royal Navy will still outnumber them by a significant margin. And the Germans, the sensible ones, also realise that the Royal Navy will have built to counter Plan Z. So whatever they build, there will be more built. Ah, it's fun. Something changed majorly now sounds like your normal mic. I have no idea what's happened then. Hello, David Golding. How's your mic? Hello, Furry Kitten. There is no laptop in here. I've got a PC, but it's not got a mic. There is no mic connected to the system other than this mic. So I don't know how it could be going any other weird mic. Sounds like talking inside the same box. The response didn't change when you moved the mic. Oh well. Oh well, there's better now. Irony Sunglass. Wearaboos will see you in a cruiser and say he doesn't know how to cast submarines. There are all sorts of fun things. So, Byron was preparing for war in 1947 or before when they laid down the Illustrious class. We'll get into all those. Coming on, Battleship I was like Fisher, who pushed through Dreadnought, wanted HMS comparable and had HMS Argus built first full on aircraft carrier. Yeah, if yeah, true, HMS Verdun. The quote from Churchill: "If Hitler invaded hell, I would at least make a favourable reference to the devil in the House of Commons." He probably would have commented, "At least the devil can supply good liquor." Drink bunch, UK, US bans. Yeah. Drink bunch, in fact, the Italian Navy was the most competent and realistic thinking navy in the Axis powers. Yeah. Mic in camera. There isn't a mic in the camera as far as I know. I'm trying to figure out what other mic it could have picked up. This is on charge and turned off, so I know it's not my headphones. Let's see. Yeah. So, headphones. They're on charge. So it kind of picked up those. Who knows? Sometimes having only one mic doesn't stop. I wonder if it had this on a weird setting or something. Who knows? Maybe there's a mic. I don't think there's a mic built into the monitor. Hi, Glenn. I have no idea. Anyway, off topic. We'll get back to topic. So here, the Royal Navy was dominated by battleships, admirals, gunnery officers. Well, the first thing I have to explain to everyone, and this comes up quite a lot when people go, all these officers have gunnery qualifications and torpedo qualifications. Yes, and if you looked at all modern officers who, when they reach the ranks of admirals and are in operational command of forces, they tend to have something called a warfare officer badge. Does that mean they were all the warfare officers originally? Well, some periods, yes, you had to go naval service branch, and then you could become and only certain branches could become warfare officers. These days, pretty much everyone can, to an extent, become a warfare officer if they want to, and can then go up the command route. That's what it's called, to Admiralty. In the 1900s, and for most of the period prior to World War II, and including during from World War II, the equivalent warfare officer course in a force which is dominated by guns as the primary weapon of most fleet actions and most battles was gunnery. So pretty much every single officer you have is going to have done a gunnery course or a torpedo course, or usually they do the gunnery course and then they do the torpedo course, at some point in their career. Doesn't matter what rank, what specialty they are particularly, they will have done a course at some point. Vast majority. So basically, that's the equivalent of turning, and when you turn around and tell me that, oh, they didn't know anything, didn't bother studying aircraft, didn't value submarines, etc., because they all have gunnery qualifications, is the equivalent of turning around and telling me they don't know anything about fleet operations because they all have warfare command certificates. Really? Cute. I can't think why they're all the officers. I cannot think why the Royal Navy has a policy of all bright officers that they think are fairly decent, they'll send for gunnery and torpedo training. It's not at all useful. And it's not even before people started talking about battleships and aircraft carriers as being the key thing here we're talking about. No. Think about it. Destroyers, their guns are critical. Cruisers, their guns are critical. Patrol boats, they have guns. Every single ship in the Royal Navy depends on guns and gunnery. And it's an age where you do not have the computer assistance, you do not have radar fire control. All those, most of those things, radar fire control, etc., comes in World War II. Most of the computer, the fire control tables, etc., are very slow to get down to the smaller vessels. And even then, when they do, they're all manually input, so you need to be quite qualified to start entering the information into and make sure they're accurate. You're going to need to do a lot of training to be any good and to get any hits, and the Royal Navy does like to hit their targets, believe it or not. Sorry, Mike, it's like looking at the American Civil War journals and wondering why most of them commanded infantry or artillery. Yep. Weird settings could be another possibility. Could have been Windows markup. I was doing something on Windows earlier. Right. So, here is one officer I'm going to use a specific example of. Okay, it's Admiral Henderson. Of course, it's Admiral Henderson. Who else I pick? But he's a perfectly decent example to use because he's a member of the Sea Lords. He's the third Sea Lord. He's the guy in charge of naval construction from roughly September 1933 till about January 1939. Pretty much, that's when he's in charge of it. So, yeah, if you're talking about a battleship-dominated navy, if it's a battleship gunnery-dominated navy, I would expect this man to be very much a battleship officer. Well, he starts off his career with the Myrmidon-class destroyer, HMS Saran, and he spends quite a lot of his time basically hopping between destroyers and cruisers. He first gets his first experience on board a battleship in 1913. This is after some time spent in Greece doing all sorts of weird and interesting things. He gets made executive officer, HMS Erin. So he's the second in command, the XO of HMS Erin, a battleship. And yeah, he serves aboard her for 3 years. Then after Jutland, he's one of the officers that basically December 1916, he is booked by Jellicoe to go and be one of the senior officers as a captain serving in the anti-submarine warfare section of the Admiralty, to try and work out exactly how to deal with the submarine threat. And he's the one who writes the report about convoys and how to do convoy warfare and why you should have done convoy warfare. And then in 1919, he's posted to be flag captain and chief of staff of the China Station. He's flag captain and chief of staff to the commander-in-chief of the China Station. And he gets, for this vessel, does he get a battleship? No, he gets the brand new Hawkins-class cruiser, HMS Hawkins. Okay. So where's this battleship time coming in? Well, again, when he comes back to Navy, he becomes an instructor at Greenwich Naval Academy in 1923. 1926, he gets command of HMS Furious, an aircraft carrier. And he serves in this role till 1928. And then he does some other interesting things over the next 3 years. Various senior staff appointments, etc. And instructor appointments. And some interesting qualification skills get taken into it. He does seem to be... One of the things that seems to be an interesting discussion is whether or not he can actually fly aircraft. Because at various points he seems to end up spending time at air bases. So he might well have qualified. And then he's made first ever rear admiral aircraft carriers. A role he's then succeeded in by Sir Alexander Ramsay, who became the first 5th Sea Lord when that was reinstated in 1938. So remember that. And from September 1933... basically, he was 3rd Sea Lord and controlled the Royal Navy, which meant he was in charge of construction. So, he has had, pretty much, by this point, a 40-year career in the Royal Navy. Because, including his time as a cadet and training when he joined the Royal Navy in about 1900. He has spent roughly 3 years of that time as an executive officer on a battleship. He spent roughly 11 years going between destroyers and cruisers as a more junior officer. He spent roughly 11 or so years as a staff officer at various points. And he spent 4 years as a flag captain, chief of staff, and then another 2 years on a cruiser, and another 2 years in charge of an aircraft carrier. So, yeah. I'd say he's had a fairly decent experience, but I wouldn't call him, by any stretch of the imagination, a battleship officer. I don't think I've done anything on Tyrone Connolly on this channel yet. Cunningham was a destroyer captain as well. Yes, Cunningham had been a rear admiral destroyers in the Mediterranean. So let's start looking at these officers. These are the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 4th, and 5th Sea Lords of the Royal Navy. Please note, Alexander Ramsay is mentioned as the 2nd Rear Admiral Aircraft Carriers, and he's the 1st 5th Sea Lord and Chief of Naval Aviation, a post he gets made in 1938 before the Royal Navy gets back full control of the Fleet Air Arm. So, from the 19th of August 1938, they transfer the Rear Admiral Aircraft Carriers to become the 2nd Rear Admiral Aircraft Carriers becomes the 1st ever 5th Sea Lord and Chief of Naval Aviation. And the 1st Rear Admiral Aircraft Carriers had been the 3rd Sea Lord for quite a long time by this point. I'm not sure why they appear to be different sizes. I did size all the text exactly the same, so goodness knows what happened to PowerPoint today. I've been having fun with it. I have been having fun with PowerPoint, and it has been causing me joy. For some reason, it's decided to size them all completely different sizes. I have no idea why it's decided to do this, but it has. I love Microsoft Windows sometimes. I really do. And I don't know why it's decided to size things to 10.5. That's better. Right. Let's save that again. And hopefully that will all be sorted when I refresh. There we go. So again, you start looking through these admirals and you go, so are you all battleship admirals? No. In fact, the thing that connects pretty much all of them is at some point in their career, most of them served on destroyers. Especially once you get into the 1930s. If anything, you could start to call the force that takes over command of the Royal Navy, and this is especially as you go through World War II, the destroyer mafia. It's the thing that seems to connect quite a lot of them is they've either been a flotilla leader of destroyers, or they've been a rear admiral destroyers, and you suddenly realise, well, hang on, why would they be this? Oh, because it allows you to test out an officer in task group command rather early on in their career. You give an officer a flotilla of destroyers, you watch how he handles them, or these days how she would handle them. Unfortunately, you don't have enough destroyers hanging around to actually be able to do it with anyone, so you can't do that as you used to, but this time, you used to. And you would test them out, and if they were good at coordinating them, good, they can go on to become an admiral. If they weren't good, no. Now, the point about all these admirals is this. They have an extensive range and experience. There is a gentleman there called Chatfield, who turns up quite a lot. And actually, if you look, you start to get the idea that he's a bit of a career staff officer. Because if you notice, Chatfield turns up as First Sea Lord from 1933 to 38. Always lovely. He doesn't turn up as Second Sea Lord, but if you go to Third Sea Lord, oh yeah, there he is. Chatfield, Sir A. Ernell Chatfield, i.e. Alfred Ernell Montague Chatfield, 1925 to 1928. And prior to that, he has served in other roles, including as Fourth Sea Lord, from the 18th of June 1919 till the 15th of March 1920. So, Chatfield is turning up rather a lot, as are a few other names. If you look around, they turn up. Now, Chatfield is probably the most battleship gunnery officer you can get of the lot. He is the one who is really pushing for the King George V to have the 14-inch guns. Yet, while he is First Lord of the Admiralty, in fact, while he's even Third Sea Lord, aircraft carriers are being built. You can argue that actually, while he's Third Sea Lord,
where, when he's in post, there's also Nelson and Rodney being built. So something happens to him between him being 3rd Sea Lord and him becoming 1st Sea Lord that I suppose knocks him on the head and makes him think 14-inch guns are all that. I have no idea what it is. But the point is, he goes between two of the most powerful. He does two of the most powerful posts you can get. Is the Royal Navy not investing in naval aviation? Do they not do exercises with aircraft carriers? Do they not have submarines being built? Do they not prepare for a war? Do they not practice convoys? No. They're doing all these things. Now, admittedly, that's because the service is larger than one individual. Even as powerful as 3rd or even 1st Sea Lord, the service is big enough and has enough inertia that it's very difficult for them to wipe out any section if they want, even if no matter how much they want to. But more importantly, and we're talking about a service which, for most of the interwar period, is going to be roughly 200,000 people. When you're talking about all the various branches, all the wider service, the organisation, you are talking about an organisation, a world-spanning organisation, the Royal Navy of roughly 200,000 people. It is massive. By the end of World War II, you're talking about an organisation which is nearly 1 million people. So that is a room for a lot of capability and a lot of knowledge and a lot of variance. It's also a room for a lot of people to make a lot of interesting quotes. And you normally, whenever someone starts talking about battleship admirals and this, they bring out the same quotes. And normally they're quotes from about the end of World War I, early 1920s. Then very rarely from the 1930s, and they don't allow for any growth. And actually, some of the people who make a quote in the 1920s about the way aircraft were in the 1920s, or the way submarines were in the 1920s, are the ones singing their praise and arguing for more in the 1930s, because technology and things change. The roles and capabilities of these things change. And that's a big point of history to understand. Quotes, especially quotes which go on the record, don't change, but people's views do change. A service which in the 1920s is going, it's gunnery, it's battleships all the way, has room by 1930s to go, we need a mix, has room by 1940s to go, it's a definite mix, by 1950s to go, it's an even mix, by 1960s to go, it's all one way. And usually at this point people turn around and go, well, that's not the way naval warfare works. It's a sudden transition. It's never a sudden transition. At no point has there ever been a sudden transition from one technology to another. Especially not in naval warfare. But even not on land, there is never a sudden transition. It takes time. Usually there is time for one technology to mature to the point at which it is practical, and then to mature to the level it is viable, and then to mature to the level that it is useful. And these are different stages. And people will adopt at different points, and you'll have different levels of adoption. Because when a technology first comes into service, it will probably be terrible. Good example of that, smartwatches. Okay? This is a Fitbit. I've had a Fitbit for years. Why? Because I'm in a continual battle with myself. My inner naval historian, my love of reading, all the books behind me, the fact I will happily spend hours upon hours sitting on my behind reading. And I will forget to eat, and then I will eat a lot of food. And I'll just sit drinking water, iron brew, whatever liquid I have near me will just get consumed and I won't even notice it. This is a continual battle. So I try and make the gym. I try and make all those things to try and balance out that time sitting on my butt. Okay? A Fitbit, or whatever smartwatch you have, you can program it to remind you to do things. All sorts of different options of capabilities come through. It can act as, for in the gym, it can tell me when messages come through on my phone, when people are messaging me. So I don't need to take my phone into the gym with me. I can leave my phone outside, which is good. It used to be good when I had a separate thing to play music. Now I use my phone for music as well, so I have the phone with me still. But I don't need to look at the phone, which is good, because I can just flick on my wrist and go, nope, that's not worth me getting off the bike for. That's not worth me doing that. That's great. The original ones really couldn't do that. You can get some fancy ones now which have inbuilt GPS. If you're like me, you don't pick the GPS one because you have enough people trying to track where you are in the world. There is no reason to give them one more ability to do so. But still, currently now, these are quite reasonably priced, and they are quite viable to use. When they first came out, they really weren't. You saw people using them because they could be used, but they weren't really viable for most people to have. For most navies, or if we're talking about weapons, most navies wouldn't necessarily want them in large numbers. They might potentially be absolute ring-a-ding-ding winning things for people who are athletes who are training, but the regular person who was doing their exercise probably didn't want one. So this is the point about the myths about the battleship gunnery admirals. They don't exist. You can find the quotes. Yeah. But you can also follow the actions. Take care, Bitron. Flotilla leader tribal seem to be a flow switch use. Yes, tribal flotilla commanders do go under quite senior ranks, pretty much all of them though. It's for done good stuff. Admirals are hard to come by. I'm not sure I'd want them leading the service in war, but they are preparing the navy for war and fighting for funding and doing politics. Yes, I want them. Mm-hmm. There is. Admiral Lee took to radar very quickly. Admiral Lee loved gunnery and loved accuracy. He took to radar as a methodology to implement that. The thing is, it worked, he could use it. And he would use it. Magnus, the RN have been Britain's very survival for centuries. Anyone seriously believes Britain would have allowed the Royal Navy to become less than leader in finding the best ways to protect Britain? There are people who will honestly put forward that case. Shamak, as I always point out, cavalry didn't go away after World War I. It was replaced by like 6 different types of formations that filled various roles the cavalry did, but they are now better at it. True. Hello, Scarborough Iron Force. The US didn't get rid of horse cavalry until the 1930s, and even then that wasn't because the cavalry weren't doing well in exercises, just they wanted to go all mechanized. Mm-hmm. LSC dollars. So, naval aviation. Okay. Well, let's put it this way. You're talking about a navy which conducts more exercises than anyone in the 1920s and 30s when it comes to naval aviation. And they can do this because they have the most carriers of anyone. So they are less affected by, one ship being in service or in repair or anything like that. They're less impacted. They have more to call upon. More vessels. Now, the trouble is, a lot of their carriers are built earlier. And you can see this because we're talking about a period in September 1939. The Royal Navy had 7 aircraft carriers it could call on. I have no idea why this says 1 rather than on. One of which was brand new and had 5 of 6 fleet carriers it was ordering under construction. Now, there is an interesting point that usually comes up here, as people go, oh, they were only ordering 6. Look at how many the Americans order with the Essexes. Well, A, the Essex Swarm is ordered later, and B, This orders were still placed when there were still people believing that at certain somehow you could somehow get the treaty system back in. That was the dream at this point. The dream was you could somehow get the treaty system to work. I have no idea why they thought the treaty system would work, or why they could thought they could rebuild the treaty system, but they did. They were politicians and they believed they could get people to agree to them, to work with them, to do it. They believed they could talk the argument out of an ass. And I do mean the version which looked like a donkey, not the stuff which also was considered a glutamus maximus. Yeah. They are silly. Yes, they really are. But the point is, the Royal Navy is working through multiple generations of aircraft. They are, unfortunately, in September 1939, caught in the transition period between the Fleet's air arm being part of the Royal Air Force and being transferred fully to the Royal Navy's control. And so this is one of the problems which happens in 1939. If the war had happened in 1938, the aircraft the Royal Navy had were very good for 1938 compared to everyone else's. If the war had happened in 1940-41, again for the Royal Navy, they would have completed transition and the next generation of aircraft would have been implemented and in service. So again, things would have looked a lot better. You'd probably be talking about Barracudas, you might well be talking about, well, you'd probably be talking about Supermarine Seafires as a gull-winged aircraft. You'd probably be talking something that didn't look too dissimilar to a Fulmar, as a long-range reconnaissance aircraft, potentially. But potentially it could also be the next generation dive bomber. Or alternatively, the Barracuda could have been the Barracuda, as mentioned, could well have been in service. And if the Barracuda is in service, that can do dive bombing, which is one of the reasons why it has the high wing design, so it can do dive bombing as well as torpedo strike. So you probably have had those, and the Seafires would be pretty much the lead aircraft of the Fleet Air Arm by that point. And you'd have been dealing with a navy which had Ark Royal, Illustrious, Victorious, Furious, Indomitable, Indefatigable, and Implacable in service. Probably by 1941-ish. Either in service or very soon to be in service. You'd be dealing with a very different naval force. So that's the point, really. The Royal Navy's trying to build itself up. Now, one of the things is that when you have all these exercises, you get some false positives. And they get false positives in three directions, which really do undermine their whole approach to aircraft. The big one, as I've discussed before many times, which affects destroyers and other vessels like that, is that in the exercises, the aircraft, you of course aren't going to get really killed, and you want to go for the big sexy targets. So you aim for the carrier, you aim for the capital ship. You don't aim for the destroyer. Now, interestingly enough, the Royal Navy still has the 4.5-inch dual purpose being developed. And the thing is, they had plans, and if you consider 4.7-inch versus 4.5-inch, you can easily retroactively fit 4.5-inch into a 4.7-inch position. So, again, if war had started in 1940-41-ish, the 4.5-inch dual purpose would probably have entered service in upper deck mount version. And, well, a version which would probably have been more similar to the 4.7-inch dual purpose mount, which was fitted to the Tribals battles and the Tribal class, rather than necessarily what comes in with the with the Daring class post World War II, but it would have been fully dual purpose and would have been able to do a high angle fire. And that's a big problem for the Royal Navy when it comes to claiming about their aircraft and their anti-aircraft capabilities, because their guns aren't dual purpose. But curiously enough, they do have truly dual purpose weapons with their 40mm. And their pom-poms are able to high angle, and you've got the fact that many of the Royal Navy destroyers around the world are going into service and being built in service are being built with the heaviest AA armament of any destroyer equivalent in the world at the time. Because again, the Royal Navy does still consider the 4.7 to be an anti-aircraft weapon. It is an anti-aircraft weapon. It's just anti-aircraft for task group defence, not for vessel defence. Because it can do to 55 degrees, it can engage aircraft which are going in to attack your capital ships or your carriers. It just can't engage aircraft which are basically it's going boom, 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 they're coming for me. I can't get them anymore, they're coming closer. And that's the trouble. That is the real problem. So what's your next problem for the Royal Navy on the fighters? Well, the Royal Navy on fighters' next problem is the Battle of Britain. And it's not even the Battle of Britain. It's in 1939, before even World War II breaks out, the RAF are absolutely having a panic attack. And they're having a panic attack because the Air Ministry has for years been favouring the bombers, the heavy bomber, and building up the heavy bomber force, which has required a huge amount of infrastructure to do. And it's one of the interesting things in that during World War II, the British get up to roughly 26,000 aircraft a year, and it's consistent the whole way through. And the German aircraft production actually slowly climbs, eventually surpasses it by about 1944 in numbers, and then crashes, theoretically in numbers of aircraft produced. However, in pounds of aircraft produced, as in their structural weight, they never actually surpass, according to most of the stats. There are some stats I've seen which say different, but about 3 out of the 4 journal articles I've read while looking through this and preparing this, the British are always building more in terms of weight of aircraft than the Germans. And what's really interesting is that at one point it's claimed that the German aircraft production is more than half that of the United States, and it's a case of, I'm not sure it ever gets to that level, but leave that to one side. The point is, one of the reasons the British are always building keeping quite constant is because they're building quite heavy aircraft, especially in terms of their 4-engine bombers, etc. And they're building a lot of these the whole way through the war. And they are useful aircraft. The bombing campaign... Look, considering the damage it does to industry, and I know the damage it does to British industry and infrastructure in terms of making it difficult to produce stuff, the fact that there was there's an arguably more successful bombing campaign going the other way, because they are far larger, far heavier bombers and will do far more damage, kinda is helpful to the war effort. Okay, it's not going to win the war alone, but it's going to make it easier to win what I would call the logistics battle, which is how much force you can produce and deliver to the front. But leaving that to one side, concentrating on building up the infrastructure and everything for that had meant the fighter command, along with the fleet air arm, were left weak, because often it's portrayed by people as being the Royal Air Force versus the fleet versus the Royal Navy or the fleet air arm. Actually, it's not. The Air Ministry weren't interested in the fleet air arm, which was single-engined aircraft, or fighter command, which was single-engined aircraft. And then suddenly they're having a panic and they're going, no, we have to focus in Supermarine and all these people on fighter command, because otherwise we won't have fighters. And you're sitting there going, the Royal Navy's sitting there going, but hang on, we need them to focus on us. And see me, you're the ones who've been saying we need fighters for years, because it's part of the fleet's defence doctrine to have fighters as the outer group, then heavy artillery, then medium artillery, then light artillery to engage aircraft. With the idea being that fighters break up attacks into flights and pairs, and pairs or twos or threes or fours of aircraft, and then heavy artillery, boom, 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 breaks up those groups up even more into singles, so that then the 40mm are only having to engage one aircraft at a time because the enemy attack groups are broken up. That's been Royal Navy doctrine for air defence since about 1925, 1926. Well, yeah. So, we want fighters. Well, yeah, but we don't have any. We need them. We need fast fighters. And there's a really book coming out which is all about the... I forget the author's name now, but he's actually a really good historian. About the horsepower race for aircraft engines. And it's not a secret race. I think it's a secret race. It's not a secret race. It's a massive race, because power to weight ratio is a major important thing for aircraft, especially when your aircraft are going to be heavier because they're fleet aircraft, and they are going to be carrying extra things like life rafts, etc., for if they go down over the liquid. All these, and they have to be built heavier because they have to deal with the controlled crash that is landing on an aircraft carrier. Leaving all that to one side, the real problem, and the reason the Air Ministry is so worried about fleet air arm construction isn't because they're worried about the aircraft, or even as the argument they make for submarine is, we're worried that the design team will be too distracted if they're designing the Seafire as well as the same time as the Spitfire. Yeah, right. That's a huge design team and a very capable design team that already also you're letting them continue building the submarine Walrus, right? And all this. No, the argument is over the high performance engines, specifically the Merlins and the production line of them, the capabilities of them, and basically the Air Ministry doesn't want to have any competition from the fleet air arm, from the fleet, for those engines while they're preparing for war, because they're for sure war's coming 1942. Remember, the British had finished the 10-year rule in 1932. That's when it's officially dropped. Unofficially, it sort of continues in place till 1937, but officially it's dropped in 1932. So officially, the British forces are preparing for war in 1942. And basically, by 1939, the Air Ministry has A, realised radar is going to work, and B, started realising that they've really massively ignored fighter command, and have finally had to listen to Dowding and all the others who've been saying you need decent fighters and you need a fighter control network. And so yeah, that's where that one comes from. And the third problem is usually that comes out in terms of people focusing on the Royal Navy didn't understand value naval aviation. We've done the aircraft, we've done the aircraft carriers, is the fact that the Royal Navy doesn't deploy groups. Well, the Royal Navy had actually built, you justified a rear admiral aircraft carrier because rear admiral aircraft carriers back in, let's see, when was it? 1931, and he'd written the paper justifying it himself, because of their use of multi-carrier operations. So why don't the Royal Navy do multi-carrier operations? Well, if you look in Norway, they do. But the trouble is, before Norway, they lose HMS Courageous. After Norway, they lose Glorious. So they lose 2 out of 7 carriers. Okay. Illustrious enters service, and she goes to Mediterranean. She works with Eagle, and they do multi-carrier operations. Again, they do multi-carrier operations. But Eagle gets damaged, so she's not there for Taranto. So that's remembered as a single carrier operation. And then we have the other big point, which is remembered, Bismarck and the hunt for her, which are single carrier forces. We have Victorious off in one group, and we have Ark Royal in another group. Okay. What people then forget is all of the convoys in the Mediterranean, which were multi-carrier operations. But the big problem for the Royal Navy is that the Indian Ocean raid, when you're dealing with the Japanese Operation C, there is no carrier battle. So there is no point in history in World War II where a British multi-carrier operation achieves the level of cultural memory. Despite the fact there being countless multi-carrier operations, despite the fact the Royal Navy had been a leader in multi-carrier operations, just because of their number of carriers, they had more chance to practice it. Despite the fact that they'd been obsessed and built the entire force around it, and that had been one of the reasons why they'd been prepared to accept smaller individual air groups, because they were going to do a multi-carrier formation, and the aircraft carriers were going to be more how to put it, survivable, because they were going to be operating, well, they have two reasons for doing it. One is operating, of course, in the Mediterranean, which people always like to bring up. Second one, of course, is operating the other side of the world from the infrastructure base. So they want them to be as easy to repair as possible, so they can repair them out there. And they want them to take the minimal damage as possible, so they, again, are easy to repair as possible. So they want them out there, because they want them to operate them in the Pacific, which is the other side of the world from British industry and British maintenance and repair. Thank you, Peter Dawson. It's Callum Douglas, the Secret Horsepower Race. The trouble is, for the British, none of those operations achieve a level of cultural memory. So, I've actually had the discussion with people, and people have actually said to me, well, the Britain didn't operate aircraft carriers in World War II, or the Ark Royal was the only aircraft carrier the British had in World War II. And they say it to me seriously. These are not people who are bad people. They are people who maybe don't love history as much as I do, and are not as interested in history as I am, or as probably most of you are, but they are... how do I put this politely? They are just informed by the cultural memory, and and that's where most of the myths come from. They're cultural. They're part of the cultural memory. What has penetrated the cultural memory, i.e., the national cultural memory, rather than what is the actual history. Well, actually, Wayne, that's another good point about British production numbers. You've put out the German production numbers ever surpass Canadian numbers. Joking, ran into some folks who had no idea about the Canadian war economy. One of the interesting things you have to remember about the British and the Shadow Factory program is that the British aren't just looking at building in Britain. They're also looking at building in Canada, building in Australia, building around the world. So one of the factors you have to make early on, decision you have to make early on, is whether or not you include the totals for the British Empire, or you are just comparing totals of British manufacture, because they don't always add up. Because, again, that's a different thing. Sort of, sometimes people go, well, you know, Germany can outproduce Britain in this and this factor. And you go, but can Germany outproduce the British Empire? And they go, and they look at you and go, well, they can outproduce Britain. And you go, well, what about Canada? Well, you know, okay, Canada, but Canada's the other side of the Atlantic. And, okay, fine. But can they outproduce Canada, South Africa, India, all the colonies Britain has, all the, you know, dominions, Australia, New Zealand? And they sort of start looking and going, can they, you know, if necessary, if the British had really wanted, if there hadn't been the war against Japan, and Britain had really wanted to, and had carried on long enough, they could have probably have fully armed up the British Indian Army, and have used them in North Africa, etc. I know there are people who might not like that idea, but that was being considered by the British at certain points, especially before America became involved in the war, for the simple point of view of providing numbers. Blackburn Maximus. If you ever visit Ottawa, there is a place called Blackburn Hamlet. It would be funny to have a model of the Blackburn next to the sign. It would be. Amelia Barrow. Ah, member 7 months. Thank you. Would you say that the Iron would, if possible, have gone with 2 G3 instead of Nelson Romney if all other nations could have a pair of 41,000-ton ships? Yes, they would have probably gone with 2 G3s instead of Nelson Romney. You could have made taking them down from 16.5-inch guns down to 16-inch guns would have been possible. See, the interesting thing is often is then people go, well, would Britain have then attacked Germany and invaded Europe? And that's an interesting question. How would that war have ended? I have no idea. But the British economy and British infrastructure could probably keep going longer, keep a war going longer than Germany could. And that's even if Germany doesn't invade the Soviet Union. It becomes more difficult if Germany doesn't invade the Soviet Union. But there again, if Germany invades the Soviet Union, which they did before Japan decided to attack the Americans, then frankly they're still managing to unite the British and the Soviet, the British and the Soviet Union and the British in that particular fight, and that's not a particularly good one for them to unite them in. It becomes more difficult if Germany doesn't invade the Soviet Union. That's not really one you want to unite them in. Germany invades the Soviet Union. There are groups you want to unite in the world, and there's groups you don't want to unite. And those two organisations are not groups you want to unite if you want to fight them. Basically, Germany and the Axis have a habit of taking on the largest, most powerful organisations that they can possibly take on. How do you count Packer Merlins in the British Empire? That is an interesting question. Excalibur Horse, you have just triggered one of my pet peeves, and you probably don't know that. Okay, so I'm going to say this because it's the pedantic lecturer in me, but it is the thing. You can have 1 aircraft or 2 aircraft, because they are a multiple of craft, and craft is a multiple word, multiple sort of playing word. Aircrafts is if you start making model boats in an airplane or somewhere up in the air. There is no S needed on aircraft for multiples. I have fun with students on a regular basis for this, but I do know where it comes. I do know that it's very popular in certain branches of the internet, but I will keep arguing on that one for the rest of my life, because it comes from the thing of we can have multiple frigates, but we also have multiple craft. We have vessel singular or vessels, but craft, whether watercraft, aircraft, whatever version of craft, have always been singular or multiple. I've never had an S. Echo? I have no idea where the echo came from. Well, Britain had already been working on the atomic bomb since the 1930s, as had the Americans, as had a few powers. So, submarines. Okay. So, this is another one which comes up a lot. Royal Navy and submarines. I'm not sure I trust these numbers, despite the fact they come from a reputable website. They do come from navalhistory.net, which I was checking to be, make sure I had a good source of numbers for the submarines. Because I wrote that for the aircraft carriers and went, I need one equivalent for the submarines. Submarines aren't really my thing, same as aircraft carriers. I haven't done a PhD thesis about them. I can't rattle them off from memory because I spent so much time staring at them. But there is a small issue with this. The Royal Navy and submarines, they love them. They have the largest submarine force in the world at several points in the 1920s and 30s. They are consistently building a decent number of submarines. And they're consistently pushing the evolution across. In fact, when you start looking, I have done tests with students on quite a regular basis, but I've done a few tests of them, of submarines in 1939. If you got a group who have never studied really World War II, or rather haven't studied it in that sort of level of detail at which they probably recognise hull shapes, stick a Royal Navy submarine, a German submarine, a French submarine, and an American submarine up on a slide, and ask people to figure out which boat belongs to which nation. I can guarantee you that, as a rule, they never pick the German one as belonging to the Germans. Because the idea of the Germans is that they are super technologically advanced and they look it. And then you look at the German submarines, and they do have some advance in technology. They have a lot of stuff they take from the Dutch, for example, who have helpfully developed quite a large amount of it for them. But including the schnorkel. However, you will notice that a lot of the British submarines are a lot more streamlined. They have curves. They look sinewy. This is a T-class. It's not even the most streamlined of the lot. Look at the U-class, and that's just... And I get asked the question, hang on, but the British submarines, we don't hear about them in World War II. Well, if you were running an Axis convoy up the coast, you would know a lot about British submarines, because they were targeting you a lot. If you were running convoys in the Mediterranean from the north side of the Mediterranean to the south, or back again, you knew about the British submarines because they were hunting you. There was this flotilla sitting in Malta called 10th Flotilla, appropriately. I don't know why the Royal Navy loves the 10th as a good number to have for a flotilla, but you have 10th Destroyer Flotilla, you have 10th Submarine Flotilla. And, yeah, they're U-boats. Royal Navy's U-boats. U-class. And they have a very exciting World War II. I'm not sure the Germans and Italians would consider what they were doing exciting, but they considered it very exciting. And then we have, what are the British submarines getting up to in the Far East? Well, if you go to Perth and you go to... Sorry, no, you're not getting anywhere near books, Moffy. If you go to Australia, you soon find out there was a large number of Royal Navy submarines operating against the Japanese as well. In fact, one finds out very quickly the British were involved against the War of Japan from the very beginning. Okay, and that submarines were a major part of this. And then we sort of go with anti-submarine warfare. People go, well, the British, again, exercises in Aztec. The British developed Aztec. Now, yes, they were overconfident in Aztec. They did believe they'd solved the problem entirely. But they also had doctrines development and they had things planned. They were preparing for war, and that feeds into the next slide. Down here in T-class, British Fleet, we have all the torpedoes what we want to share. Well, the T-class are specifically designed for the Royal Navy for one particular mission. That is, ambush predators. They were supposed to sit in places in the South China Sea and in the Far East. And basically, as Japanese task forces were trying to make their way towards Singapore or anything like that, they were supposed to fire a spread of 10 torpedoes at them, which was enough to guarantee you probably hit something. The Royal Navy worked it out. They reckoned they had a 1 in 5 chance of hitting something with their torpedoes because of manoeuvring, etc. So if you fire 10 torpedoes, you probably hit at least twice. Maybe you hit the same target twice, in which case you're guaranteed to have destroyed it and sunk it. If it's anything cruiser or below. If it's smaller than that, maybe 1 torpedo is all you need. After all, if a torpedo hits the engine room on a destroyer or a boiler room on a destroyer, that probably is torpedo destroyer over. Now, Excalibur Brownfall. Speaking of today, you're funny earlier. My wife calls my left cheek Loot and my right one Max. Ah, the joys the joys our partners can get away with. The Polish and Dutch subfamilies are the most hydrodynamic of World War II submarines. They are certainly very, very good. I wonder which subfleet started the tradition of being heavily involved in espionage. Interestingly enough, the argument of that one is a debate, because the French do a lot of espionage with their submarine-related espionage-related activities with their submarines in World War One. The Royal Navy do a huge amount of espionage-related activities in World War Two, inserting SOE, Royal Marines, SBS, various other things at various other points around the entirety of Europe and in the Far East. Pretty much the Royal Navy are big lovers of special operations. Really big lovers of special operations. Excellent. Rommel sure moans about not being able to attack because his oil's gone to the bottom. As well as not getting to don't extend your supply lines for the Germans and Italians not knowing about subs. Yeah, it's a fun thing at the time. Alfred B228. Now I want to know what subs get picked as German most often by students, not as familiar with World War II submarines. Usually they pick the Americans. Honestly, as a rule, they pick the American subs. I have no idea why, but if I put it in front of an A-level class, 9 times out of 10, they'll pick the Americans as being the Germans. I have a feeling there must be a war movie somewhere around where there's an American submarine playing the German submarine. I'm sure it must be part of the Christmas series, but I've never seen it. Maybe we just did a whole series reviewing Japanese submarines. I would like to. I'm looking forward. That's one of the reasons I'm looking forward to visiting Japan in 2025 with Shipshape, because I'm looking to get a lot of information about Japanese submarines and Japanese carriers. That's basically my targets. Dr. Krieg, the refit A-class submarines are some of the finest looking subs I've made. They are very nice. The special operations of the Royal Navy is basically a progression from cutting out expeditions or landing spies, always being good source of prize money and so popular with the RN. Oh yeah, the Russian submarines, I think I've been over when I did the Soviet Navy profile, are very, very much a product of their German heritage. Nitron Gato class submarine in down Periscope probably just looks like a diesel sub in popular culture. Just seriously, Gatos look big and scary and the Germans with a submarine power, right? So big and scary must be them, or at least that's how I think the logic goes. I wouldn't be surprised. I honestly, when I start asking them to explain their answers, they usually just go, "That looks the most like we think that looks the most German," and I'm sitting there going, "Is it ordering beer at Oktoberfest? You know, does it have a bratwurst there? Then you know what is making this design look more German than the others?" I'm never quite sure, but it does. So, you know, that's life. The pictures. The pictures, Melanie. Take care, Millie Barrow. Anyway, so here is the last myth that comes on, and it's strange enough. It comes from again the battleship admirals, and someone actually used to once explain this to me because I basically sat there and said, "Explain your logic, please." Before I answer, I'd like to. You said, well, they turned around and said, well, because the Royal Navy were battleship admirals and the Germans weren't building that many battleships, the Royal Navy wasn't worried about preparing for World War II, so they didn't bother to build anything. And that's why all the programs are crash programs ordered in 1940. I have to admit, I did probably do this to them. Okay, so the Royal Navy is preparing for war aimed at roughly after 1942. That is when the 10-year rule elapses from 1932, when they told no longer does the 10-year rule apply. And remember, it's 1937 when the brakes come off the funding. So, let's put it this way. Here's his example is HMS Atherstone, the first Hunt-class destroyer. Ordered from Camel Laird's on the 21st of March 1939. So yes, that is roughly 6 months before World War II in terms of the invasion of Poland by Germany takes place. She's laid down in June 1939. 3 months before the war in terms of Europe starts off. Launched in December 1939. Okay. Commissioned March 1940. And the film The Cruel Sea, German submarines were British submarines. Yeah. So, this is a story which is repeated time and time again when you go through the war emergency programs. The Hunt-class escort destroyers, and we will call them escort destroyers, and the reason I will call them escort destroyers is that was roughly the abbreviation the Royal Navy was looking at the time as well. And the reason the Royal Navy was going to call them that was because they were being built with destroyer speeds, but not with destroyer armaments, i.e. they were not going to carry torpedoes. They carried a heavy AA armament, they carried a heavy anti-submarine warfare armament, but they were capable of high speed, so they could operate with task forces. Unlike sloops, which weren't necessarily were officially not designed for the higher speed. Now, here is the other thing that you can tell this is not a war emergency order, okay? Because she's ordered in March and laid down in June. If this was a crisis order, i.e. if the Royal Navy knew war was coming in September 1939, it would have been ordered and laid down and commissioned a lot quicker. But basically, yes, it's basically down from a fast sloop. But the point, again, is the Royal Navy has been working on these plans since 1937. This is why Admiral Henderson is so important and key a figure. They've basically drawn out their plans, drawn out their policies over the previous 5 years. They've worked out what they need to build, how they need to build it. The Royal Navy was very keen and very careful in one major thing. They knew that if they had that they would only be able to lose the confidence of the government in spending and procurement once before they lost control of procurement. And at this point they had unadulterated full control over procurement. Yes, the Treasury controlled the purse strings, but once the money had been agreed and they were spending it, the Royal Navy had full control and could ignore pretty much anyone else. They knew they could only do this if they did it right, so they worked everything out thoroughly beforehand. Now, Dan Freeman is giving a very nice praise of the paper I presented at HMAS Diamantina in Brisbane in the chat. I'm just noticing the things coming through, and the point they're doing is they've reached the point of which they know what they're going to order. They're ordering it. If war had been held off till 1942, not only would she have been ready, okay? Not only would she have been ready, and honestly, you could argue she'd have been ready more quickly. But if we consider by 1942, the Royal Navy could probably have had in service the vast majority of the 86 Hunt-class escort destroyers they ordered. The vast majority. And please note, whilst they are fast, they are capable of doing 27.5 knots or sometimes even faster than that. You know, roughly 27 knots is usually where they're aiming for officially. Whilst they are capable of that, they are all very much under 2,000 tons. In fact, this little lady, she displaces 1,020 tons in standard, roughly the same as a Flower-class corvette. 1,360 tons fully loaded. She's armed with 4 quick-firing 4-inch guns, 4 quick-firing 2-pounders, 2 20mm Oricons on single mounts, and 40 depth charges deployed by 2 throwers and a single rack. She carries Aztec. She's built by Camelairds. The day after, well, she's laid down on the 8th of June. Her sister HMS Berkeley is laid down on the 8th of June with her at Camelairds. Cadstock is laid down on 9th of June at Yarrow. Eglinton is laid down on the 8th of June at Vickers. Exmoor is laid down on the 8th of June. Fernie is laid down on the 8th of June. Garth is laid down on the 8th of June. Hambledon is laid down on the 8th of June. It gets quite disturbing when you realise just how many vessels are laid down within a month. This is the thing about British infrastructure. For Germany to make Force Z actually practical, and actually Plan Z to actually practical, to actually get to it, they'd have had to start construction at a far greater level far sooner to be able to achieve this. The British, even though they've been paying yards to close down in the 1930s, have such a vast infrastructure capacity to do, they can literally press the crash build button, the peacetime version of the crash build button, and go build, and churn them out like sausages. And again, think about this, 1942, if the Royal Navy had 86 of these at the beginning of World War II, and it didn't begin in 1942, and didn't begin until 1942. Imagine what's coming next after these. That's the point. Right. So the Royal Navy is preparing, as I've said, been over before on the Flower class program. They have that in place. They have HMS Unicorn also in construction. She's always pretty. She's a forward aviation support ship, but you could argue that she's a 7th aircraft carrier of sorts, especially as she ends up being used as she's the prototype for the light fleet carriers and is used as an aircraft carrier at certain points in World War II, under construction at that time, in the beginning of September. She's another vessel under construction. Dan Freeman, apparently people don't understand the pre-war emergency orders take time to build, and 950s naval procurement takes longer than Amazon Prime. I don't think it's that. I think it's just, again, it's the cultural memory. The cultural memory is of these vessels entering service in wartime. They were the emergency ships. They were Flower-class corvettes, etc. Well, the special ships entering service in wartime. And so they must be a war emergency construction. And of course, there's Churchill making that big statement of pausing carrier and capital ship construction to focus on them because it's such an emergency to build them when they've already got all the crews building them. They're already being worked on. These vessels are already being built alongside the carriers and the capital ships. You're actually going to have to retrain and change people over to get them to move from one to the other. It's just... It actually causes more hassle and more problems to move those people across and then have to move them back to restart carrier and capital construction when you realise you're not refighting World War I. You do have to deal with the Italians in the Mediterranean and you possibly have to deter the Japanese in the Far East. And if you hadn't paused construction, you'd have had enough force to do both. Oh, thank you, Churchill, for reacting with the World War I playbook when you're fighting World War II. And it's probably good for him that Admiral Henderson was ill at that point, because if he hadn't been, goodness knows what would have happened to Churchill. It's bad enough dealing with Mrs. Henderson. Okay. So, as Dan has helpfully put in the chat, remembering from my lovely talk, Hunt class equals a fast sloop. Yes, they're built to military. They're built to full naval standards, but they're built to be able to do the high speed. And they're built they're built far enough within the sloop limits that honestly the Royal Navy reckons that if there is another treaty suddenly is pulled out of some politicians behind, they won't have to scrap them or include them in regular destroyer numbers. The idea that World War II was a surprise is widespread, perhaps because it was the general public, regardless of what actual governments were doing. Again, I'm never quite sure why World War II is treated as a surprise by the general public. My family certainly knew what was coming. Quite a lot of families seemed to think the war was coming. They weren't really surprised about it coming. It had been coming for a while. They'd seen the build-up. So I think one reason it's portrayed as a surprise in the cultural memory, and it's been thought back of being a surprise. When you actually talk to people when they think about the time who were there, they weren't surprised. War was coming. They just didn't think it would necessarily come in 1939. I think most people thought they had some 1940s. So, Dunham Hunt class equals fast sloop. Corvette equals civilian shipbuilding yard, buildable small sloop. And frigate equals civilian shipbuilding yard, buildable sloop, larger corvette, as realised that Flower too small for the roles wanted. It's also slightly more navalised standards. Stephen Richards, are those young people? They're young people I'm talking to. When I was talking about the submarines, it's usually A-level students, okay? And it's usually when I'm A-level sort of GCSE grade students, when I'm going around that sort of level, and I'm giving talks in schools. And there's usually 2 or 3 who will know, and I will basically pick them out with the earlier questions, and I will go, quiet. You two, you can answer at the end. Everyone else gets a chance to figure this out. And last time I did it, it was 2 girls who absolutely did know, and it was quite funny because they were sitting there the whole time. It was actually in a mixed school, wasn't it? Yeah, but there was very few boys who'd come along. It was a history presentation. They were all there. It was fun to give. The teacher who asked me to come help is one of my colleagues from Justin Craig, and asked me to just come and give a talk. And so I'm giving it and talking through World War II and some of the extra stuff from World War II. And I put it up, two they'd been answering questions, they were looking at, oh, wait, let's see what everyone else says. Note down which ones you think are which, and then hands up, who thinks this one's this. You work through the class, do it nice and interactive, and you go, right, so, you two, tell me what you think. And of course they listed off, and they both got it completely right. They did have a mild advantage. One of their dads is an absolute Drakenfell fan beyond belief. How do you identify the ones who already know? Usually by the questions they've given on the previous slides, and the answer they've given. Because they're very interactive talks. I do make them very much a lot of me chatting with the students. I don't see the point in giving a massive, great big presentation when I've got a sort of presentation lecture style when I've got a room of 20 students. It's seminar style. And for nice really, the line class will not come in until 1943, as it was take time to solve the issues the 16-inch gun development was being sold. I'd say the line class would have been in service by 1942. Maybe only a couple of them, but I think honestly, by 1941 you would have had all the end of 1941 you'd had all the King George Fifths in service, and by 1942 you'd have had the end of 1942 you'd have had the first couple of lines in service. Yeah, there are problems with a 16-inch gun, but they're not massive. They're not really what's necessarily pausing it. What causes the trouble is the pause and then the restart. That's the big problem with the Lion program, not the 16-inch gun. There are lots of good excuses made by various historians and various government departments about why things don't get finished in World War II. One of the biggest and funniest ones is the 16-inch gun development causing issues. When you look at every single gun prior to that had also had similar issues entering service. They'd still built them and fixed them once they got in service. And as they did that with the 14-inch gun, etc., holding out the thing that they weren't going to finish the Lions till they'd got the 16-inch gun working is kind of over-egging it a bit. It's kind of like some of the reasons given for why HMS Glorious was heading home. One of the examples given is when they say she was heading home because she was low on fuel. Really? Well, how is she able to go so fast and head home and make it home? Surely she could have sailed a group. And honestly, if your aircraft carrier is that low on fuel, there's other ways to refuel her. There are capital ships and other things around that you can refuel from that have bunkers full of fuel. And yeah, even the issues with the turrets were not massive. They were trying to lighten them. Once they could ignore the were told they could ignore the treaties, the turret problems were dealt with completely. So that's a Lion class for you. Sure, Fung, it's like the dentist. You know you'd have to sooner or later. You just don't want to. That's right. No, 9681, they did have them. It's just, again, you're going into a whole other section of history, and it's off the myth, so we're not going to deal with it today because I don't have the slides for it. But yeah, There are all sorts of problems around the Lion class. I might well put them in the next series of key ships of ships not built and talk about the Lion class and the issues with them. How's that? I will put that as a poll. So I've got a... Right, so there's a poll. Hi, Jack Ray. Mombo, surely if your aircraft carries low on fuel, you wouldn't leave it on. There is just the whole thing of Glorious is a complete and utter against doctrine. In the nicest way, doctrine would have required at least a cruiser and 4 destroyers as escorts. If you consider when Courageous is sunk doing the anti-submarine warfare operation, the sheer number of vessels she has around her doing that, etc., it's just, no, the entire thing is very bad decision-making going on in a lot of places, it seems. I've seen claims, online claims, Glorious was actually doing some bizarre Operation Pull. Yeah, I've seen those going around as well, and I don't think the evidence adds up. I don't think the evidence adds up. I think it's an interesting point to consider. But I do think there was some serious mucking about going on. I just don't know. I think about Operation Pull. Shrub, I don't understand the speed of the Hunt class. They're breaking hull speed, but are still too slow for carrier squad. They are interesting vessels. And also, if you think that's the correct speed for their speed limits, then the official figures are the correct figures of their speed limits, then you are a nicer and less cynical person than I. My impression was the Italian Navy wanted to be top dog in Mediterranean and paid attention to what Royal Navy was doing while paying attention to the French. Germany was ordered to focus on the French. Germany was interesting. I would not want to be the German German battleship which came up against any of the modernized Queen Elizabeths. And I don't think I would want to be. Honestly, there are better ways to go. And let's be honest, even if your Charnor's nice now, as I've been over before in various things, you don't want to be in an R class, fighting an R class for a convoy. Yes, you might win, but the odds are you get so damaged, you do not get away from what comes next. So, if Germany won the Battle of Britain, they would have won Operation Sea Lion. Well, this is a small issue, because I don't see Germany winning the Battle of Britain. I really don't. How many people have voted in the QA? Because they've just got entirely to 100%. Has no one voted? No one voted no to that at all. Okay, all right. So I'll rewrite what I currently planned for the next key ship series. We'll see. We'll see. We'll leave it up for a bit longer. If Germany won the Battle of Britain, they would have won Operation Sea Lion. So, yeah, let's start off with them winning the Battle of Britain. They are at the end of their range. Any pilots they lose, they don't get back. Any pilots the British lose, they soon as a result, they usually recover. In terms of if they bail out. which helps. The British have chain home, the British have Dowding, and all the system that the RAF, that fighter commander set up, mostly in the face of entrenched political opposition from their own air ministry. It's quite hilarious to watch that one happen, and the sheer fight out of things. But let's say they do manage to somehow beat back the Royal Air Force enough that they feel they have won the Battle of Britain. Goody. They're thinking, right then, let's turn around and launch Operation Sea Lion. Let's consider what they have available in 1940 to launch Operation Sea Lion. Well, they have nothing. I've been over this in the video recently about what's his name? Oh, good lord! Why did I? Let's go and check the videos. I know I've done it recently. I know what his name begins with an L. Lutyens. Talking about Lutyens. And his plan are basically, yeah, let's sink some old battleships to use them to try and hold off the British. Why? Because there's HMS Rodney and a pack of R-class waiting to come charging down to your fleet. And here is the problem. Your aircraft won't be able to attack them at night time. Those ships are perfectly able of attacking the Germans at night time. You have the entire reason for the Battle of Britain to try and gain air control is to try and gain a semblance of chance to deal with the level of sea control the Royal Navy can project versus the Germans. Because again, one of the things that usually comes up when people go, well, the Germans have a lot of submarines. They don't in 1940. They do not have a lot of submarines in 1940. They have a lot by about 1942, once they put their entire maritime industry and infrastructure behind building just submarines. They do start to get a lot of submarines. And at various points, they do actually manage to go over 100 at sea. It's amazing. It's really good. But that isn't anywhere near 1940. And not even 1941-ish. That's not there. And they would have to stop attacking Atlantic convoys to get enough submarines to really dominate these things. And the trouble is, again, they would then be going in the face of all the Royal Navy destroyers, and Hunt-class escort destroyers, and Flower-class corvettes, and every anti-submarine warfare trawler, every single ship the Royal Navy could muster. And the thing is, whilst yes, German submarines are good, they can't move. So you can put them as a barrier, but the moment the British have bashed through that barrier, and there will be enough of a juggernaut coming from both directions, i.e. up the Channel and down the North Sea, that they will bash through the barrier, well, then the submarines, the only option is they want to redeploy is to go up on the surface and redeploy at speed on the surface, which is great again. You know, if you pop up on the surface and you've got something like HMS Sheffield popping around with radar-directed 6-inch guns, she's going to go, hello, you're on the surface. Here, have some 6-inch shells. Oh, you're no longer on the surface. It doesn't matter if you're sunk or not. The moment you're below the surface, you're not going to catch up. And then we look at the sheer amount of the shipping which the Germans are putting together. They make the actual vessels used as the little ships at Dunkirk look like an organised professional fleet, a homogeneous formation. They really do. And that's not me being rude. They literally are scraping up everything. They are trying to build stuff, but they are scraping up everything. They're honestly using tactics and doctrines which would have made the Duke of Parma, when he was putting together his army, that was supposed to cross under the support of the Spanish Armada in 1588 feel proud because they were copying his methodology. Why was Lutyens copying his methodology? Probably because he had a similar lack of maritime infrastructure to call upon. That's the problem you're dealing with. And also, there is the fact that Norway's already happened, and the German destroyer force was gutted in Narvik. They won Narvik 1. They drew Narvik 2. Narvik 3 was a massacre. As Lutyens would tell you, his prize destroyer force, what he had spent the previous 20 years building, training and building up, is massacred in one battle because that is their depth of their strength. So again, you have the thing of, you go, well, you know, they'd send their capital ships out. So, okay, not only do you have to deal with Rodney, lovely vessel, and every R-class, Queen Elizabeth class battleship that the Royal Navy can get hold of, or King George V class battleship if it's available, anything they can get hold of being sent in. But you also have to deal with all the motor torpedo boats, the Royal Navy's own submarines, the destroyers, and every cruise that the Royal Navy has, which can all launch torpedoes as well, coming for you. And yeah, the usual point at this point is going, well, you know, they would be doing it without the support of the Royal Air Force, so they get massacred by German aircraft. They probably wouldn't get massacred by German aircraft. They would probably take casualties, especially in daylight, but not at night time. But also, at this point, if the Royal Air Force has really been beaten back, the Royal Navy probably brings the Fleet Air Arm with them, i.e. their aircraft carriers. And therefore, whatever vestiges of, and the only scenario I can see where actually the Germans could win the Battle of Britain would involve them degrading chain home to the point at which it doesn't work. But again, the Royal Navy has their own has their own radar, have their own fighter, have their own aircraft, and you have to think that whatever capabilities, and remember the British have plans, including there's a Martin Henry a lightweight fighter which is ready to go into mass production if they start to lose fighters too quickly, which is a bare bones as anything fighter. It's a really basic system. But if they'd started losing fighters too quickly, it would have started being produced. So whatever air power the British have will be concentrated and directed by the fleet to defend the fleet while the fleet deals with the amphibious invasion. So, yeah, the Germans will probably cause casualties. The British will probably suffer losses. But on a scale of compared to the losses the German army and the German amphibious and naval forces would suffer, nothing. It would be a case of total wipeout on one side. As people are talking about, there are various things the British have. You know, my cooch. There's also an R-class battleship and cruiser at Plymouth. R-class plus cruiser plus destroyer coming down channel from west. RN cruiser squadron sweeping from east. Nasty pincer. Marking the German army thought that crossing a channel would be like crossing a river. The German Navy thought it would be a disaster. Yes, Lutyens was basically spending half his time producing reports saying why it shouldn't be done. Harry on. Extra on. That's before you face the British Army, which happens to be under command of Allenbrook and Montgomery, in prepared positions for a Sturmkrieg with the World War I vets fighting in your rear. Yeah, let's not just talk about Dad's army. Let's not talk about a home guard. Frankly, honestly, there's part of me which thinks the Royal Navy could just save itself and leave itself back, and the British Army could just leave itself back and just go, yes, engage the home guard. 2 days later, message comes from Germany. Please accept our apologies. We will never invade again. We'd like it to be noted that we're not sure what you had in the landing areas, but they appear to have wiped out our entire forces with various inventive traps. Yeah. Talk of armoured warfare and landing ground is basically normally bocage. Yeah, it makes the bocage look straightforward in some parts of it because it's more hillier than the bocage. The bocage is comparatively flat compared to some of the areas they wanted to land in the UK. That should have been Plymouth. Yeah, I did think they were based at Plymouth. Yeah, they are at Plymouth. Of course. Sure, weren't they taking Rhine River barges, which is basically robbing Peter to pay Paul? Yeah, that was some of their idea. And also to forget that most of Luftwaffe anti-shipping aircraft actually don't appear till roughly late 1940, early 1941. I think Warspite might have been home fleet at various points as well. I'm not sure actually. At that point, I think she might have gone to the Mediterranean. I think she might have done her passage across. Because she does her passage across in the Mediterranean at the same time. Well, hang on, it depends. She does her passage across with Illustrious, so before Illustrious, I think. Before Illustrious, so yeah, she'll be in the. She goes after Norway. She goes to the Mediterranean. Next one on Iron Force. Again, zero cooperation or coordination with Japan. Then, of course, whether Hitler would have agreed with Pearl Harbor. Yeah, there's all sorts of fun there. Mm-hmm. Okay. Emus would reconsider war against the Home Guard. I think Emus and Home Guard would actually agree with each other that they were both equally inventive, and would probably start planning various nasty things about world domination between the two of them. Schumburn, about Operation Sea Lion, I have the basic understanding of German plan to land troops, but what was the logistics plan to support landings? Win. Their plan was to quickly take London and win. So they could support the troops. Win. I think they were also planning on trying to take some ports at some point, but, you know, it was basically win was their plan for the logistics. Like most German logistics, the plan was to win. Some of the things the Home Guard wanted to do against the Sea Lion landings would have been classed as war crimes by the end of the war. I think they might have been looking at some of the staff discussions in the British, I think several of the British officers were classing them as war crimes before they even been done. A lot of them were going, there's meetings involving naval officers, army officers, and this person from the Home Guard. And it's basically the army trying to tell the Navy it's the Navy's problems to try and explain to this person why they shouldn't do that. And the Navy going, nope, they wear green. Basically, the Navy's entire argument with the Army the entire way through World War II about the Home Guard is, they wear green, they're part of you. And the Army going, you sure? Yeah, they're yours. They wear your uniforms. We'll give them blue uniforms. Here you go. Here's a load of light blue uniforms. We're going to give them to the Royal Air Force. No, no one can be that cruel. Colin Cameron, can you imagine if you are the Germans and fight up the beach on land and to find that there's all flooded because the military canal locks have been opened, so you have to haul boats from the beach? Yes, and while you're doing that, the sea behind you is on fire. And the beach itself is being zeroed in by artillery and machine guns. It's fun. Ron Rebecca. Germans concentrate their attacks to air bases, radars, and ports on the coast between Ramsgate and Brighton. Put in minefields guarded by planes and subs. Good luck! Is all I'll say. Good luck trying to get all that in. And, yeah, with those tides, in the nicest way, those minefields aren't staying in place for long. And once you get to Ramsgate and Brighton, oh, that sounds like such a nice area today. If you go today, it looks like a really easy area to get in. Not in 1940. What do you mean as the beach is being zeroed in by artillery? That would have been done well beforehand. What I mean by it being zeroed in by artillery is because not only now do they know the coordinates, but how do I put this? The sheer amount of artillery dropping is probably going to be changing the geography of the beach, so they need to re-zero it. Again, if you look at the sheer amount of artillery the British are putting inside and putting under control on various mobile artillery units they have planned for dealing with any invasion, its geographical redesign. I think there are 14-inch guns stuck at Dover at various points. Jacob, it did not really work in Low Countries though. They needed a level city with bombs to force surrender. After 5 days of war, when they planned 12 hours. That was typical German planning. Look, they won a lot of battles by luck and by people underestimating them. My coach, I have done detailed study on the Sea Lion and British defence. If anything, Doug C understates the problems the Germans would have faced. Yes, mainly because I am very skeptical that half the things that the Home Guard are planning would not have actually been allowed to be implemented. Although, considering a large amount of them were actually constructed, I might be overestimating the ability of anyone to stop them being implemented. Definitely, I have visions of the old bollards made from cannons turned upside down, being cleared out, filled with nasty, and set up to fire and just say hello. I don't think at any point they thought of that. Possibly loading bollards, loading fake bollards with a lot of explosive, putting them in a street, waiting for the tank to be coming down the street and the infantry, and then setting them off. That was possibly being thought of. Shrapnel bollards. So, Swordfish was a relic of an aircraft. Now, again, this is the point I intend to make of it. Its first flight was in 1934. It ended service in 1936. The average aircraft is expected to do in service 3 to 4 years. If you look at the fleet air arm before the next aircraft comes along and replace that. So it should have been replaced about 1940-41. The British were worried the Fulmar was going to be delayed. The Royal Navy, because of the handover from Air Ministry control to Admiralty control, so the Royal Navy had taken the step of ordering the Albacore to cover them, hopefully till 1942, if not late 1941, when the Barracuda was supposed to be entering service. Now, saying that though, and somewhere I have my fluffy torpedo. Bum, 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 bum. So, the Swordfish was not a relic, and certainly not a terrible aircraft, though, for what it could do. One interesting conversation I had while I was in Australia was someone was basically turned around and going, "Oh, they all got shot down. They were all terrible, terrible aircraft." I went, no. I went, yeah, there was, they were all about 100 or so were shot down. I went, there's roughly 2,000 produced in the war. 2,400 nearly. And in terms of actual losses, you are not losing that many. You are not. It's one of those things. We would expect, when you're comparing it to, I don't know, what we'd expect losses of modern aircraft to be, which is absolutely absurd numbers, because they are absurdly low. The idea is basically those aircraft are supposed to be undestroyable. It's high. When you're comparing it to Bomber Command, it's not at all. In fact, compared to Bomber Command, Swordfish are very survivable. And they have a party piece. They are the only aircraft, and the Fleet Air Arm's the only service, which can do proper shallow torpedo bomber attacks. And by this I mean the torpedo doesn't dive, because if you're just launching a normal torpedo, just a regular torpedo like this, it will hit the water, and it will hit the water in a nosedive, and it will go deep. And then eventually it'll pop up. So if you're attacking someone at sea, it could pop up in time before it hits them, before they pass over. So, but otherwise it could pass underneath them. And if you're firing and launching at a harbour, it could well bury itself in the mud. Okay. So what many of the services developed was they developed extra fins on the back, which is what the Americans had and the Japanese had. They can extended wooden fins that will make it a slightly shallower dive. It still goes deep, and as most of the Japanese torpedoes at Pearl Harbor found, they still hit the bottom rather than hitting their ships. However, the British, thanks to the Swordfish, had the fins on one end and had a tension cable on the other end. And so their torpedoes belly flopped. And as they belly flopped, they managed to stay shallow and hit their targets in Taranto. Now, what are the other reasons for the Swordfish being like it is? The Swordfish had to be able to do one thing. One thing more importantly than anything else, as far as the Royal Navy were concerned, it had to be able to do long-range night strikes. Now, flying at night is important, and the only fleet air arm in the world, and this is another argument against the Royal Navy being overly focused and ignoring naval aviation, is the only night striking aircraft, fully night flight capable fleet air arm in the world is the Royal Navy in 1939. And part of that is they have the Swordfish, which are very easy to fly. They're very stable, and they are able to carry their load a long way at night, attack their target, and make it back. This is important to the Royal Navy. Now, the other thing is that they are very easy to repair. And again, I refer you to my earlier point about the Royal Navy thinking about planning war on the other side of the world from their infrastructure base. The other side of the world. Because, if you're fighting a war in the Pacific, British infrastructure base for all their production, aircraft and industry, that's back in the UK. So, because the British will not think about going across the Atlantic, across the Pacific, and that way, although they might bring supplies along that way, the odds are they won't, because they don't have bases and they don't have supply chains along that way for it to support and to protect convoys. They will bring it down the Atlantic, through the Mediterranean, through the Suez, across the Indian Ocean, through the Singapore Straits, up the South China Sea to where their fleet's operating, or Singapore, or wherever it is in that area. That's what they'll do. That's a long way to bring supplies. They'll keep bringing new aircraft, especially as you probably can't fly the aircraft out there, because let's be honest, that's going to wear them out, and also going to wear your pilots, and you're going to have to fly over a whole load of neutral countries, especially across Europe, who may or may not want to support you in your operations. And let's be honest, Germany and Italy might not. Whilst they might not join you in a war against Japan, they also might not. They might decide to be just about annoying enough while being legitimately able to be, in their sake of their independence and neutrality, not allow you to fly aircraft across. So odds are you would end up needing to do a long way round of your aircraft, and that could cause issues and could cause you to lose pilots. You don't want to do that. So the aircraft you have need to be as maintainable and repairable as possible. And so you can, therefore, your supplies of aircraft can actually allow you to build up aircraft rather than just replace losses or struggle to fill the gap. So that is why the Swordfish is as it is. And that is one of the reasons why it's so useful throughout World War II. Okay, yes, it moves back from being a fleet carrier unit, a fleet carrier primary strike unit, to being a escort carrier anti-submarine warfare aircraft and a long-range anti-submarine warfare patrol aircraft, because it can do. Because it can do the long-range operations. Because it's good at that. And its ruggedness, its strength, its construction allows you to fit it with things like rocket-assisted takeoff and all sorts of things, and it would still work. So it's a very useful, very, very, how do I put this, capable airframe. And that's a useful thing. That is a torpedo. Yes, but I use it as my fluffy torpedo. I have fluffy research assistants and a fluffy torpedo. Ronan, fragmentation bollards. Don't tell Drac. He has some drivers he'd like to implement those against. Imagine who's the only other person other than me who I've ever known, who I've ever spoken about this to, who's known about that without being an actual historian of the Home Guard. Yeah. Colonel Cameron, they also had old RN guns on trucks and trains that be brought in, and of course the best ever armoured train on the Rodney Hive and Dipchurch line. It is a very, very nice line, that one. Dan Freeman, the French lost because of slow communication, the Germans getting inside their OODA loop. Not lacking courage or skill or anything. I would argue that the French lost because they'd managed to kick them, because they'd been so scared of their own army, they'd managed to give them, single-handedly as a government, actually destroy their army as a fighting capability by getting rid of it, by not having it have the radios and things it needs. Colin Cameron, that's a bit like the one that goes, the Hurricane is just a single-wing biplane. Sort of true, but not really all there is to it. Yeah, but there are some interesting things there. Steve Richards, the Americans were flying biplanes in 1939 for their carriers. That is one of the issues, again, is that lots of people do look at the American and Japanese air groups in 1941 and again compare it to the British air group in 1939 and go, oh, that's so ancient. You're sort of going, yeah, well, they have A, 2 years longer, and B, 2 years of watching war going on, and so they kind of up their developments. Alright, great. What was the aircraft that sunk the most enemy tonnage, though? Swordfish. Sunk the most tonnage by any individual aircraft. I know, Jack Ray. Apologies, Dr. Doc. My wife thought the fluffy torpedo was a fluffy research assistant's toy. Honestly, they would both like to play with it, and I do have a squeaky fluffy torpedo for both of them. But this is the non-squeaky one, and this is the one which was given to me by World of Warships. Or rather, I got given by World of Warships. I have asked them for a bigger one, but they never sent it to me. Yeah, Swordfish wasn't to be in frontline use when war was expected to us. The Barracuda would be the frontline. TSR. TSR. The Barracuda is a TSR. It was supposed to be torpedo spotter reconnaissance again. It was capable of doing spotting. They were adding, nicest way, the Swordfish could do dive bombing. That's one of the other things. These can be used for dive bombing, and in a couple of interesting operations were used as such. There is a very interesting scenario in Greece where some Swordfish get involved in dive bombing and do some interesting things in North Africa as well. And suffice to say, it was found that semi-armor piercing bombs dropped by a Swordfish can have an effect on a tank column. But again, there's I think is it Wellham's account? I think that has that in. I think it is. Most loved the Spitfire, granted. It's a beautiful plane, and for a brief time enjoyed altitude advantages over any fighter, friend or foe. But it was the Hurricane that won the air battle. Certainly the Hurricane provides far more of the aircraft involved in the Battle of Britain. Say what again? What about not knowing radios such as the force needs? Yeah, the French army, the politicians had been very worried about their procurement of radios, and had specifically kept their communication systems let's put it this way: their communications procurement had been slow walked at various points, and one of the good theories put forward is that a lot of politicians were worried about the army rebelling against the government and changing the government. So if they didn't have the ability to communicate with each other secretly or securely, could only use the landline communications, it wouldn't be possible because that would come out because of the way that landline telephones worked at the time. How deadly a nighttime torpedo attack would 195 mile per hour ferry Barracuda and 196 miles per hour ferry Spearfish have been? I'd have been more scared of the Barracuda than the Spearfish, but when the Spearfish came into service, it would have been highly interesting. But honestly, yeah, they're still going to be capable, but they're not going to be doing 195 miles per hour when they're carrying a torpedo and dropping it. Well, I haven't sworn it was flying biplanes in 1942. Yeah, I've heard that. I think it was their fighter, wasn't it? Good luck, Excalibur Iron Force. That's good. Hurricane shot down more aircraft, but Spitfires kept the BF-109s busy so that they could. That's how I understood it. Yeah, I always thought it was the Spitfires focused in on the. This is usually when it gets sort of interesting. It's focused in on the Focke-Wulfs versus the BF-1, and the BF-109s were to an extent. Yeah, the Spitfires would deal with them if they had to, but honestly, the Hurricanes could usually deal with them, mix it up with the 109s in the 109s available in 1940. The Hurricane only starts to fall behind once Hawker are focusing in on the Typhoon and Tempest. Would the Battle of Britain have been any different in totality, not individual pilot experience, had the RF had all Spitfires or all Hurricanes? Oh, yeah. Meh. You're right, Dan. It must be later in the war I was thinking about the focusing on the Focke-Wulfs. But no, the Battle of Britain would not have been any different, really. It's one of those things. I can't remember. Might have been actually in the... Was it North Africa campaign? No, because then they were focusing on the Macatis, the Italian fighters, which were really good. Yeah. Not sure where I got that one from. But I'm fairly certain at some point in the war there was the policy that the Spitfires were focusing in on... I think it must have been North Africa. It must have been North Africa. It's the only way if it's just a timeline. Okay, so when I see this on the screen, my hand on the screen, I'll be ending the poll. Okay, let's see. Hurricane development went to a different engine and got bigger, so it got a new name from Hawker. Submarine went to newer versions of Merlin and kept the name. Basically. But also there is the fact that the Tempest and Typhoon are different airframes. They are different airframes. They really are. Just working out how far behind the screen is now, because I'm waiting for my hand to appear. Okay, maybe I've missed my hand. I'm going to end the poll now. Yep. Oh, now I can see why I probably missed it. Because for some reason my my screen was running at half rate. I have no idea why. Were the Hurricanes not easy to build? Yes, the Hurricanes were easier to build to an extent and were faster, and therefore faster and easier. Typhoon, Tempest, Typhoon, Tornado all had different engine types. Yeah. I do not believe the BF 109 only needed 4,000 man hours to build. Typhoon and Tempest were both able to say that Typhoon was Typhoon. I think you mean yeah. 2000 Typhoon and Tempest were 5 were Sabres. Tempest 2s were Centauras. There's all sorts of interesting things with them swapping engines back and forth. Right click on stream, select stats for nerds, then look at latency. Yeah. I should do that. Anyway, before I get distracted too much by the chat, not the Typhoon with the top vulture, it was the Tornado. There's all sorts of fun things about them. Aaron, also, whoever assembled this heat bump is a brig. They cut all the wire ties on an angle. Enjoy. Anyway, so British involvement started in World War II, started in September 1939. Well, this is one of those things of, yes, it's right, but also it's wrong. So, if you consider the start of the war to be actual fighting on the war to take place, yes, you're right, September 1939. However, if you're going by when you start pointing guns at the other sides, well, you've got the Sing Townsend of January 1939, where HMS Birmingham is pointing guns at 3 Japanese cruisers. You've got various points other than that in the 1930s, where British and American ships have been attacked in the Far East. One of the often interesting things is to people who placed World War and they go, well, it becomes a World War when Europe gets involved, when they're starting, because it becomes a global conflict. It's just an Asian war up to that, so it's not part of World War II. It's not a world war. The trouble is that forgets that quite a lot of the European powers have large commitments in Asia at this point, and large presences there, and are involved. And so that's the interesting thing. It basically starts to make you sit there and go, well, why does the British in 1932? Let's think about that in 1932. When does Hitler rise to power? When does he get power? This is a thing to think about. He slowly gets power between 1931 and 1933. But let's be honest, just getting power, and he doesn't have plenary powers till 1933, and the German rearmament doesn't really start till 1934. So why does Britain end the 10-year rule in 1932? It's because of the Far East. It's because of what's going on in Japan. It's then what's going on in Italy, but Italy's taking its own sweet time about rearming and doing other things. But it's nothing to do with Nazi Germany, because Nazi Germany is not Nazi Germany in 1932. That's one of the really interesting things about World War II, is that you have someone talking about 1,000-year Reich. You have someone talking about, a long-term vision. And yet that same person is in a constant hurry to do everything. Constant hurry to get all these things accomplished. And that is a real problem. Because it means constantly the Germans, especially the Axis forces as a whole, are moving ahead without having any infrastructure. The Allies, most of them, let's be honest, Britain has the advantage of they still have a humongous amount of infrastructure that they've just been maintaining. They built during the World War I period. They've maintained a lot. They've built some more since then. They've kept it going. Some infrastructure's gone down, but they're building up, etc. And they're building up from an already quite high infrastructure base. Okay, that's the British thing. The Americans have the advantage in World War II, and this is one of the reasons why I was surprised when people say some other nations get close to their figures. The Americans can build huge factories. So now people go, well, Britain's too small to build huge factories. No, you can build a huge factory in Britain. You can build a huge factory in Britain. The trouble is, it would also be a huge frigating target for bomber aircraft. And that's one of the reasons why the British do not have huge factories, is that they have to disperse their manufacturing around so that, they can build as much as they can, as dispersed as they can, and then quickly bring it together to complete and send off, because they don't want it. They want it to be actually getting built. They want each of their factories to not be worthwhile sending a massive target, or not be so big it's a visible target. America's not getting involved. They can build a massive factory. They can build certain things to speed up their production, which you can build when you're building a massive factory, that you cannot do in a smaller distributed factory network. And yeah, Germany doesn't do any of that. Germany doesn't. We talk a lot about German production. I used the figures earlier. Germany overtakes later on. That's after Speer gets involved and starts producing something more efficient. Numbers theoretically go way up. But let's be honest, prior to that, the person in charge of German infrastructure and construction and their organisation is a guy called Hermann Goering. Let's be honest, that is not a name synonymous with organisation. So the point that when we start war in Europe is not the expected war in many regards. War in the Far East is the far higher risk. And the thing is, whilst war doesn't begin until 1939, there's been conflict shaping going on for years. one of the reasons why Australia is quite so shocked, and going, "Oh, we've been abandoned," is because of the series of promises and statements which have been made about defence in the Far East over recent years at this point with Australia, because that was the British plan. The trouble was that in 1932 they really didn't take the foot off the brake in terms of defence spending. Didn't get taken off the brake till 5 years later. So the Royal Navy isn't as ready as it can be. And also you have that disastrous Second London Naval Treaty. Not quite sure where that comes from in terms of politicians' ideas, but it's a grasp for time, but it's causing themselves more trouble than good. That's good. That does sound more likely. Interesting conversations going on about German aircraft here. Shimmeran, this doctrine was for Spitfires to tackle Harfighters and Hurricanes to focus on bombers. My understanding is that once the engagement began, any German aircraft were a valid target and doctrine just a theory. That's pretty much what life a war is always like. Doctrine is always a theory once you actually just have a target in front of you. Ooh. The heat pump for Ace air conditioner has been tripping the breaker. Suspected intermittent hard short caused by condensation and examining the hardness as required. Enjoy. Hurricane, Italy, Abyssinia. Yes, there's been the Abyssinia crisis. I would not classify Hindenburg and the Chancellor in 1930 as a dictatorship. They are definitely an authoritarian government, but there is a difference between an authoritarian government and a dictatorship. And I know that's me being pedantic, but I always believe in giving something its correct name. And the reason for giving it its correct name is because if you don't, you tend to start bridging things and things lose their meaning. You classify it as a dictatorship, you have suddenly made the bar for what looks like a dictatorship far lower. And you suddenly have people going, well, this person is an authoritarian government, but they did this and this, and someone comes up with the idea of therefore a benign dictatorship. There is no such thing as a benign dictatorship. There are various levels of authoritarian government, and you can debate on those levels if you wish, but dictatorship is a dictatorship, not an authoritarian government. An authoritarian government is different. In January 1940, it took 15,000 man-hours to build a Spitfire 1A, 9,000 to build on the BF-109E. By 1942, the Gapano 1, BF-109F, needed only 4,000 man-hours to build, whereas the Spitfire Mark V required 13,000. And you sent me quotes, you sent me figures. I'll have a look at them at Calvin Goswick. But no. The whole point of this is that there is a whole complicated international situation going on. And if we use the current hot button topic of Ukraine, well, let's put it this way. At certain points, there were newspapers in the UK worried because there was the very real possibility of perhaps a Russian winning Wimbledon and the image of a British princess having to give a trophy to a Russian player. And the thing is, why does that matter? They're not the Russian government. It shouldn't matter. Because we're not at war with Russia, are we? Or are we? Because we're supplying Ukraine and basically doing everything we can to support them. But we're not at war, are we? Or are we? And if we are at war, then it's a very bad thing to be, you know, because propaganda-wise it just doesn't look good. You know, there are issues. You have to decide. And the thing is, again, just as with technology and saying people trying to put down hard lines on technology, this is the dominant technology, you know, this technology comes in and then everything else behind it is surpassed and all these sorts of things. And technology actually moves in sort of... There's also the fact that wars... If you limit your learning and study of war to just when people are actively shooting at each other, you miss out a huge amount of the reality of a conflict and the shaping of a conflict that goes on. And the fact that a war is being fought much, much earlier. Extra fun, isn't that the point of Mosquito? You can mass produce it in every piano factory and then build them easily on site. It makes homing go green with envy. Yes. Autocratic governments can become dictatorships and are certainly usually the first step towards a dictatorship. But authoritarian and autocracy, etc., all these things, they are very different, definite definitions. And you have to be careful and make sure you're using the correct definitions. Good luck with the fault, Ronan. Ancient Venant, sort of. They haven't liked making that sort of speedy twin-engine aircraft, and wood is more easily early carbon fibre than lump of oak. Yes. Discord, that makes sense. Spitfire had become a much more complex aircraft later in war, whilst the various changes to 109 usually involved removing things to simplify production. Seneca Nero, my history teacher was way looser with these definitions. They called the Hindenburg regime a dictatorship. War is the endpoint of diplomacy, or part of diplomacy. Diplomacy of warfare foreplay, according to Dan Freeman. There is all sorts of interesting things going on. Raiden, next one. Small boats alone saved the British Expeditionary Force at Dunkirk. Okay. So. Let's see if I can find my notes, because I wrote this a couple of days ago. In terms of Dunkirk and evacuation. Let's see. No. So, the Royal Navy used HMS Calcutta, anti-aircraft cruiser. HMS Crested Eagle, a anti-aircraft paddle steamer, which was basically a converted ferry from memory. Similar with Golden Eagle, Royal Eagle, they were all ferries. Various armed boarding vessels were used, which were again ferries. King Ori, HMS Mona Isles. A lot of armed yachts. always nice to send an armed yacht. Various interesting other vessels. They used a whole load of cargo ships, of course. It's when you start going down the actual lists, you end up with a cruiser, 39 destroyers, of which 6 are sunk and 19 are damaged. 9 smaller escorts, of which 1 sunk, 1's damaged. 36 minesweepers, which are sloops in the Royal Navy parlance at this point. But they also use ones which are French and other nations. So 5 of those are sunk and 7 are damaged. They use roughly 113 trawlers and drifters, is what sometimes it's categorized as, of which 17 are sunk and 2 are damaged. Then you have torpedo boats, ocean boarding vessels, special service vessels, some former Dutch schuits, which are basically a Dutch barge with naval crews. They use roughly 40 of those, of which 4 are sunk. It's not sure how many are damaged. They use 8 hospital carriers, of which 1 is sunk and 5 are damaged. Motorboats, other vessels, and they use 311 other small craft. So, the British use roughly 693 vessels are used by the British alone. And of those, 226 are lost. When you add in Allied vessels, you're adding in, well, a lot more. And again, some of them are lost. Sorry, I'm just hearing what I think is someone drive up the bridle path next door to my house on a motorbike with their radio blaring. Because there's no way you could get a car down it. Absolutely no way. Basically, there are hundreds of vessels used. And yes, the small boats are important. But this destroyer could well be carrying 400, 500 aboard it. We must remember the Altmark incident. HMS Cossack comes back with the entirety of the 400 prisoners rescued aboard. She brings them back herself. Doesn't pass them off to other ships. Doesn't need to. Brings them back. And that's across the North Sea. These vessels can take more, they go faster. But the thing is, the small boats, they're useful because they can give you a broader area you can draw off. And do you know what most of them do, the vast majority are used for? They're used to take the people from the beach to the larger ships, so the larger ships can shuttle them home, because it's far more sensible for the large ships to shuttle them home at high speed and come back and pick up more than it is for the small boats to do the long crossing and back and there and back. And the whole time over Dunkirk, there's the Air Force providing air cover. Trying their best. Trying their best to provide air support and protection. I used to work with a colleague who's dead set on over now. So, broadly speaking, and I'll just check in the chat to see if anyone's already saying this, but no. goodness gracious me, down treatment. It's one of those things. Dunkirk is an absolutely massively complicated operation. The Royal Navy is operating 3 routes. The reason they're operating 3 routes to pull people out and in is because they want to try and keep the routes as clear as possible and to make it more difficult for the Germans to narrow in on where the ships are going. Admiral Ramsay had arranged for a roughly, there's a dispute over whether 900, 1,000 or 1,100 copies made of the required charts. I'd say that the arguments are, I think honestly he was just having as many made as needed to be made and didn't care. But I think the actual instruction was, you will make charts till we no longer need these charts, and I'm surprised they're still not making those copies of those charts. But the really important thing was he had buoys laid around the Goodwin Sands and down to Dunkirk to organise the shipping, so they would have buoys, so it would make navigation easier. He also activated a whole load of reservists. Some destroyers were coming backwards and forwards with 900 people aboard. Not 400, but 900. Now that's rarer than some of the books would like you to assume. But again, one of the interesting things that comes out, people go, well, yes, most of the soldiers were travelling on the deck for fear of being sunk. Anyone who's been aboard a World War II era destroyer, there isn't much space below decks. Okay, these spaces from about here to about back equivalent to my pen if you go up, are all boiler rooms and engine room spaces. There is nowhere for people to go and stand around down there. There are accommodation bits forward, but they're really not tight. They're really not designed for a mass load of people. They're designed for the crew. And they don't have beds or anything in them. They have hammocks. And usually they were where you put sick people. Unwell people. People who needed protection from the elements. People who were otherwise fit and healthy just trying to get away from Dunkirk, they were put on the top and were told to lump it till they got home when they'd be given warm drink and food, warm drink and a blanket. Take care, Jacob. Dual-purpose main gun mounts on destroyers would be incredibly handy at Dunkirk. They would have made things a lot easier. Actually, there is a reason why they had the planner of Dunkirk plan D-Day. Take a couple of 100,000 men off the beaches? Sure. I can put them back on the beaches. Ramsay is very good at this kind of staff work in this kind of organisation. The question I have is, how far ahead was the planning started for the evacuation contingency? Was it rehashed World War I plan by any chance? No, but I'm fairly certain the planning starts earlier than anyone would like to admit. Ramsay is very good at his job. And whilst theoretically the planning was supposed to begin in late April, I wouldn't be surprised if the planning had begun probably beginning of April. If he has, Ramsay is the sort of officer who, if you ask him, will say, "Of course, I don't have a plan for that," and will already have had a staff officer working on it for a few weeks. Because Ramsay's view is, you have a plan for everything. You never Ramsay is, again, and there are a fair number of Royal Navy staff officers and admirals around who are like this in the run-up to World War II, which is why probably the Royal Navy is actually slightly more prepared than it looks at some points. Who believe you plan for every eventuality, then you never have to react. You always have a thought through plan. You might not have a detailed plan, but you will have a concept of operations, maybe even a schedule of operations worked out. There's no racks. They're all still hammocks on Royal Navy destroyers at this point. They're all still hammocks. There's no racks. You don't have to hot rack it. You have your own hammock. It's whether there's space for you to hang your hammock. That's the interesting. They don't get dedicated bunks. There's nothing like that. Dedicated hammock. Because you have to have a dedicated hammock for someone, because if they get killed, then they have to be they're sewn up in their hammock and they're buried at sea. Having been on Hideout, which is a large destroyer, I can confirm I can't really see where you put 90400, let alone 900. They'd all be standing. Literally, as you can see them here, this one could well be carrying the full 900, and they're all standing. The officers had cots, not bunks, and they weren't really hot bunking it, because officers' rooms also, they double duty on the. Basically, the idea of having a room as a single function space is very rare, and officers' bunks and accommodations also serve as well. Again, Royal Navy destroyers don't tend to have that massive of medical facilities, because their cruisers and other vessels do have the medical facilities aboard, so the destroyers don't. So it tends to be that the beds go to the sick people, as do the tables. Ronan, how much time is represented by why would we need a plan for that? The Royal Navy do not understand the concept, and most modern military forces do not understand the concept of not having a plan for something. There were a few the Daring class. They still had, hammocks. There are, I think it's the County class, which are the first destroyers which actually do have some accommodations. Anyway, so that the Axis ever really had a chance. Now, this is the most interesting myth about World War II that you ever really see. The amount of people who claimed the Axis could have won. Now, there is an interesting scenario in that if the war ends up as an Anglo-German war, i.e., the French get knocked out, Germany's got control of Norway, etc. The Italians don't get involved. The British are facing a problem, because the only way they can win the war is if they, how do I put this, invade back and they liberate Europe. And that's going to take time to build up and construct the forces to do. They've just done Dunkirk. They would know it would take time and effort to construct forces and do the amphibious operations. They could do it, but it would take a lot of time, and you'd be doing a lot of construction work across the Atlantic in Canada, and possibly other stuff around the world. You'd also have to spend your entire time watching Italy, because if they suddenly decided to go from neutral to war fighting, you could have an issue. But also because if you have Italy neutral and the Soviet Union is neutral, then Germany can still import a whole lot of supplies from around the world. That can come from Italian ships to come from America or other places of the world to Italy, and then be transported across the Alps to Germany. That is a big problem. That is a big issue the British would have to deal with. But still, the British would probably institute some sort of system at Gibraltar, especially with the assistance of the the Americans, who let's be honest, were at worst going to be beneficent neutrals. Because much the same as what's going on now, the Americans looked at the problem and went, we can deal with it while it's over there, or we can deal with it when it's very big and we're staring down its barrels. It's far easier for us and far more economically viable for us to deal with it while it's over there. So, yeah, that would be interesting. Now, problems that can come up, and there will be problems. This, by the way, is something I've found as a representative of Plan Z at certain points, and I've gone, okay, interesting. So, including the new Panzerschiff, Schlachtenschiff, and all the other vessels that they're building. Well, let's say it. The thing is, when you're looking at it, the level of infrastructure the British can call upon, the British Empire can call upon, is colossal. You know, we always focus in on the America as the arsenal of democracy, which is a lovely phrase that good old Churchill comes up with, but Canada is just as important. The sheer amount of forces Canada is supplying. And again, I was talking about the Indian Army being used in North Africa. They were used in North Africa. They were used across World War II. The Indian Army turns up in all sorts of places. The British Indian Army is getting used all sorts of places. But you still, and I think the idea comes down to people look at, some of the write-ups of the German gear especially, but, they tend to ignore the Italian, some of the headline Japanese gear, and they go, look at how amazing this piece of equipment is on paper. And it is, on paper, really good. On paper. The on-paper stats, the whole, lovely baseball card stats, the top trumps. It looks good. The reality is far more complicated. If we consider one thing alone, the German submarines. Yes, they're focusing on building submarines. But then you look at the sheer amount of corvettes, of Flower-class corvettes, of Hunt-class escort destroyers, of River-class frigates, and of the various other classes, the Bay and the other class frigates which are coming after that, of Castle-class corvettes, of all the different escorts being produced and modified by the Royal Navy, all the trawlers. And you start to realise very quickly that there is there's an order of magnitude bigger infrastructure going on here. Yes, the Royal Navy wasn't as prepared as it would have been in 1942. And certainly nowhere near what had been prepared for in 1945. But one of the interesting things is, if Germany had actually managed to build any of this by 1945, I would be absolutely surprised, considering of this magic figure, this magic grouping here. What came into existence actually during World War II was literally those 4 ships in the middle column at the top. That's it. That's the 4 ships. None of the rest comes into existence. None of the rest is completed or entered service. None. And if World War II does hold off till 1942-45 and some of these start to enter service, imagine the British reaction. The British, who have literally just turned round in peacetime without breaking a sweat and ordered Flower-class corvettes and Hunt-class escort destroyers as if they're just printing sausages. What would they do? Well, in Moses Wade, the obvious thing is Implacable Indefatigable would have 2 more sisters. That's going to be a problem for you. Unicorn was already planned to have at least 1 more sister, and that could have easily been 3 more of them. And they could have been ordering those straight away without even designing new ships. The moment the Germans started announcing they had these, the British would factor them into their construction, because they're building enough to have a fleet to be able to send a fleet to the Far East and maintain enough ships back in Europe Mediterranean waters to watch their interests here and watch their interests in Europe and Mediterranean. So the moment the Germans announce they're building 4, what are the British going to do? They're going to match them. They're going to match them while still having their ones to provide their fleet in the Far East. And the British can do that. And that's before we get into the Americans and the sheer industry and infrastructure they have available. You are talking about a country which literally starts almost printing out like sausages shipyards to keep up with its pace of construction. There is at no point in World War II a chance the Axis can actually win the war. No point. People have talked about, and they usually use it to say, well, okay, well, if Halifax takes over rather than Churchill, he would have negotiated. No, Halifax wouldn't have. He's not as good as Churchill, trust me on that. He's the next best option, but he's not as good as Churchill. But he still wouldn't have negotiated and surrendered to the Germans. Why not? Because in the nicest way that he would understand, as he understood, just as everyone else did, that if you don't stop the Germans now, you're going to be having to fight them later. And they're going to be bigger and more annoying later, so you deal with them now. And in fact, one thing Halifax and Churchill did agree on was they should have dealt with them earlier. So that's the problem. There is no real scenario when you look at it, short of the Axis developing nuclear weapons before the Allies do, and using them to devastating effect, that they win. And even then, there is a problem for that, because let's say they nuke the UK. And Germany wins against the UK by nuking UK. Well, now they've just formed a new coalition around the world, which is going to be America and the remnants of the British Empire. Because again, they're going to be out for revenge. And the Germans will then need to develop aircraft that could hit America. And America knows nukes are coming. So what's probably going to happen? The Americans will develop nukes and will hit them first. Because again, America infrastructure and industry is far, far and away bigger. And the problem with the Germans, every single time, someone pointed out to me, their economy, they go, well, they have to go to war because they need the conquest to keep their economy going, because their economy can't sustain it. No, they need the conquest because they don't have the logistics and infrastructure to support it. Every time they try and they build up the teeth, they don't build up the infrastructure. They are a hollow force. And that's a problem for Germany. But it's an even bigger problem for Italy, which is stuck halfway through a rebuilding cycle after Abyssinia. And it's a massive problem for Japan, because they truly are a hollow force when you look at their infrastructure. And they get hollowed out very, very quickly by the Allied submarines operating out of Australia. Yes, the American submarines provide a large number of that and do take the lead. But there are also Allied submarines, Dutch and British submarines, which do a mighty nasty job. Oh, they're the supposed successors to the Graf Zeppelins. And yes, as Verdan has pointed out, at least 4 Lions and 3 Vanguards would be on top of King George VI, even before we get to extra ships Britain's going to build. Yeah. Jacob Pension, I believe this particular subject is the fault of the game of Heart of Iron 4. I don't think any games are the same. No, Rebecca, I don't think taking Malta is the answer to the Italians winning World War II. And honestly, I don't think taking Malta, combined German paratroopers and Luftwaffe and Italian effort to take Malta would actually succeed. Malta is a very, very tough nut to crack, and even if they do win, that's going to be a Pyrrhic victory, which is going to kill a lot of their forces. I think it was Churchill who coined the phrase arsenal democracy. The import of goods to Germany would last less time than most people think, as part of the reason Germany acted when they did was they needed resources and gold. Yeah, there's all sorts of issues they have. RAF Bomber Command will have Wellingtons in numbers and Sterling's Halifax. Yeah, there's all sorts of things they would have had, and the British would have built in that time. Do you imagine if the major dominions of the UK should have been invested in the late 20s and early 30s? It also might have been a bullying the Axis session. Honestly, that's next phase of the British Shadow Factory program. This is the thing you also have if you have the war to take off till 1945. The sheer amount of infrastructure which would have appeared in Australia and Canada and India. Seriously, there would have been a massive explosion of infrastructure. One of the problems for the British, and you talk about the 1920s and 30s, is the British are actually rebuilding and building up their own infrastructure. And also there's the fact that aircraft keep developing, but they're not being built in enough numbers because you keep having new technologies coming through, so you build the next batch rather than building more of the others. And that's what's kept the infrastructure relatively low, the pace of construction and reconstruction. In 1960-40, I wonder how long things would have gone on had Barbarossa not happened and Germany continued being able to get resources from the USSR. Again, the trouble is they get resources from the USSR and they're useful, but they're not as useful as that you might think. And also, the more they tend to be paying for those resources by giving the Russians military equipment. They are actually giving them ships and other equipment to pay for those resources. That's Trotsky. They should have dealt with Germany earlier in the 1930s when Poland was proposing intervention because Germany was starting to rearm and cause ruckus. No, it was honestly, Darius, the West wasn't in that great a condition to actually deal with Germany either. You have to remember that in the treaties, whilst we talk about the treaties as having an effect on the navies, they'd also had the army and air force had similarly been starved. So, in the nicest way, whilst, yes, you can go, in a perfect world, we'd have been able to deal with it, in a perfect world at that point, they didn't actually have the ships and equipment themselves. The fact is, they had a larger basis to rebuild from, but they hadn't started rebuilding in the earlier 1930s. You know, I see sometimes a lot of people do theoretical discussions of dealing with it earlier, and it's not a good scenario. Basically, the earliest it becomes practical is about 1937, 38. And even that's not really great. There are lots of different points about the Italian part of victory in World War II is to do the same thing in Spain and not participate. It would have been quite successful for them. If you remember, I asked a question about shadow naval facilities being built in Dominions. Yes, and honestly, there is a lot of support. You know, nicest way, if you took a walk around Cockatoo Island, you see a massive naval facility being built. The fact is, it was halfway. It was during the process of a modernisation upgrade, but it could have been upgraded and would have probably was on the path to be upgraded to being able to build cruisers by the time of 1945. And that's part of the reasons also for the slow pace of construction in Australia, because of the fact that most of the facilities were partway through an upgrade program. Ammo Stones. I know this is slightly off topic, but if BD had lived another decade, would have changed anything dramatically? No. South Africa would also probably have got invested in, but honestly, South Africa as a dominion, it's a rather useful place, but they rarely want to actually arm themselves heavily. But they do fight in World War II. They are useful. They provide useful troops. That's honestly, it's not enough. There's not logistics to support them. It gets all sorts of weird. But basically, your big problem is the French army and trying to get the logistics through France. Or actually going anywhere else, and anywhere else violates neutrality. Johnson, it's forgotten just how nearly Italy joined the Allies in 1940. In 1949, and it did sign a treaty to support the RAF of planes. There are all sorts of treaties being signed, and I'm not sure about the one you're talking about for the planes, but there are all sorts of treaties being signed and all sorts of things going around. I don't think there was ever a chance of the Italians under Mussolini joining the Allies earlier. But there is a chance of Mussolini being ousted from power. And the fact is, Mussolini himself had been promised by Hitler that war was not going to come before 1945 because it wasn't going to, his forces weren't going to be ready. No, they wouldn't have called him back. At no point would they call BT back. It's one of those things is you don't need to call him back. Fisher was called back because of a unique political situation created by Fisher. If you go through, these are the first Sea Lords in this period. And go back to it. The first Sea Lords in this period. Let's see. After Beatty, it's Sir Charles Madden. Then Sir Frederick Field. Then it's Lord Chatfield. And then it's Sir Roger Blackhouse. And then Sir Dudley Pound. And then Andrew Cunningham. At which point of any of these ones can you A, produce the scare that they might be secretly on the side of the Germans, and B, at which point are any of these really going to be replaced by any of the British political class with Beatty? Even good old Churchill is not going to call Beatty back, and yeah. It's just not a viable option for BT to get called back. So, the value of myths. Where do they come from? Well, one of the interesting things I'm told regularly is that Royal Navy is Britain are broken by World War II, and they cease to be a major power after World War II. And you sit there and then you go, really? Well, there's the Korean War, where Britain plays quite a significant role. There's the formation of NATO, and there's the various exercises in the 1950s. And one of the things you start to realise is that the World War I, Great Depression, World War II, and then the issues of reconstruction after World War II are what really create their toll on the British. But they are still quite a useful power, an important allied power in the 1950s. But the myth is, and the myths of various things, mean that Britain has a glory period and then we are surpassed by America. And why is this myth useful? Why are these myths useful? Well, A, they're a nice way, and when you're remembering cultural history tends to remember the past in a rose-coloured glasses, and always finds a nice smooth way to explain things. World War II is a glorious way to end the empire. World War II is a glorious way. We had our last grasp, we defeated fascism, and then we stepped back and became, just a major power instead of the major power. It's a nice thing to put, a nice way to put it. We gave our empire, we gave our status in the world to defeat fascism. And there is some truth in it, which is useful. The other thing about cultural history, the cultural memory, i.e. the history of cultural memory, and the mythology stuff, is it does tend to be grounded somewhat in truth. But the reality is, a lot of these things were active decisions made by governments at various points. They're often short-term decisions. They often make a point of, oh, we're going to do this for X period. Or Y period. We're only doing this short term. Or we have it's because we are being principled in this area, we have to unfortunately surrender. And we have to unfortunately short term cancel that area. And short term, there'll be anger and outrage in certain parts, but long term there'll be a cultural memory will come about which will have a good reason for it, a nice reason, a positive reason. And if we look at all these mythologies we go back from, if the Axis never really had a chance of winning, then you think that undermines both sides of the war effort. For the people who fought on the Axis side, it means that their war was futile and they should never have fought it. And for the people on the Allied side, it means that the war was pointless and their friends and family who suffered, who were lost in it, were lost for nothing. If you say the side that lost the war never stood a chance of winning it, then you have seemingly, or at least from a certain perspective, devalued all the sacrifices that made winning it necessary, that were part of winning it, that were necessary to win it. And the fact is, the Axis could have won, but the only way the Axis could have won is if everyone else surrendered. And the only way you were going to stop them winning is fighting, but the fact is that fighting them, the moment you start fighting them, they never had a chance of winning. So I was wrong when I said they never had a chance of winning. They did. If everyone had just surrendered, they'd have won. But but people didn't surrender. Not even the French, God bless them, surrendered straight off. They, nicest way, they got completely in the Germans got completely in the French OODA loop. Their own government had undermined their army, and they go into a, I don't know, in Verdun-induced haze of fear and upset. And that's what happens. They just get inside their own heads. And if you think about it, Britain not being prepared for World War II, well, that also excuses quite a lot of the early losses which were made due to often some stupid decisions, but also it provides another reason behind the fall from status, the apparent loss of status. And one of the things you have to often find is the loss of status is a great reason for several generations of politicians on both sides to use as a reason for not investing in certain things. So myths have a value. Myths are... they give us some far more plucky heroes. If we talk about the swordfish as being this ancient, this relic aircraft, then it makes them appear even greater. Whereas you have to explain that on long-range strikes they were waist-deep in fuel. Frankly, that makes them heroes enough to me for that. But no, they're flying relics of aircraft. It also makes the victory sound greater. Not pointing out the fact that that aircraft was probably the best in the world for long-range night strikes from aircraft carriers at the time, and the only one which could do actual belly flop torpedo runs on targets. No, the tension wire, all those things. That we'll leave that to one side. Doesn't matter. It doesn't sell as nice a story. It doesn't stick in our hearts much. And also you have the fact that a lot of those things are left out of the stories when they're first told because of wartime censoring. So yeah, the British weren't going to tell everyone, yeah, the reason our torpedo bombers work so well is because, we have a tension wire attached to the nose of the torpedo that unravels as it goes on, provides just enough force, just enough tension to keep it level as it goes down into the water, and so it belly flops. Yeah, we're not going to tell people that. We're not stupid. Well, that's stupid. We occasionally are quite stupid, but we'll leave that to one side. The British had been planning the decolonization of empire for a long time. The entire dominionization of empire and the transition of the empire to Commonwealth was a long-term plan project. The first discussions you have of going back to a Commonwealth, talking about a Commonwealth, there are interesting debates about when or not they turn up. But certainly the phraseology starts to appear once you start creating the dominions. Rewriting the history's details like Ultra doesn't change the mythology, and going fairly quickly in the Cold War against major wartime allies doesn't help. Hello, Paul from Chicago. Hope you're enjoying the train. So, honestly, the myths, they have value. And they do have a part to play, and they have an origin story, but things are always more nuanced and context, and there's always more nuance, always more context, and always more to be seen in them. No history is straightforward. No history is straightforward. Night Taker, am I correct that World War One and the Great Depression 1920s and often enough to bring the British Empire down? Honestly, the British Empire is an interesting question to get into. And you're both right and wrong when you start talking down that route. You are right, and as I've said, there is a general consensus, and there is a strong nugget of truth in that. But the thing is, it mainly accelerates a program which was already going. The British have already been trying to decolonize. Why? Why are the British trying to decolonize? This might seem strange. Well, the British have two really weird ideas in their head. One, they're going to set up a Commonwealth which Britain's going to be permanently at the lead of. Always a nice bit of ego going on there. But basically a league of friendly English-speaking nations, which is going to be a sort of permanent commercial foreign policy alliance, economic alliance, free trade between everyone, imperial preference, all that sort of things going on, which, because it would include most of the world, would be very good for a capitalist economy. Two, the British have been transferring from a mercantilist to a capitalist economy for a good long time here, and the British are transitioning from wanting to have physical control of things to capital control of things. Again, moving from mercantilist to capitalism. And this is why when some people start recommending certain political ideologies as a way to run a country, I go, do you know what economic system it's based in? They go, well, it's not capitalism. No, it's worse. It's in mercantilism. And if you want to start wars, have an economy based on mercantilism. But leaving that to one side, slowly the British are moving in that direction. So the British idea was to move towards self-governing organisations, and they were moving in that direction for a lot of their colonies anyway. One of the things that happens post-World War II is the Americans are very obsessed with speeding that up because they're worried about communist revolutions. The British are worried about doing it too fast because of the fact that they understand within a colony what are the first organisations you as a coloniser will strengthen domestically. You'll strengthen the police, you'll strengthen the military. Because those are the two things which you keep control of to keep control of the colony. The British do not see this ending well. The British, if you consider, have gone to great efforts in their other colonies to strengthen the, as they've turned them into dominions, to strengthen the other centres of power. So that there is a framework to keep control of the forces, etc. There is at least a cultural framework to keep control of them, and if not, an institutional framework as well. It's not necessarily successful. Please don't. Please, no. I'm not saying this is anything good about empire or anything like that. Before someone starts bringing us, basically, the British realised that they mucked up. Okay, and they sort of have enough of a sense of guilt over it they want to rectify before they leave. Not much guilt. They're not going to put a huge amount of effort or decades into it, but enough they want to spend some time getting some democratic organisations, democratic sort of systems running, etc., and all those things. Also because they think that the democracy, which is pro-British, will stay pro-British far stronger than anything else. We'll leave that to one side. But, the British have a long-term plan for getting rid of the empire. Turning the empire into the Commonwealth. Because also, that will mean it will be less cost to run. Because instead of them having to pay to administer places, they'll pay to administer themselves. It's great. But the thing is, so the British were already heading down that route. Arguably prior to World War I, they were heading down that route. They're already, if you consider the minions, the various scenarios they're going on. Yes, they've gone with. They haven't done it universally, and this is what sometimes annoys people. They go, "So they haven't done it to all the empire at the same time." No, they haven't, because they decided not all the empire was ready for it at the same time, and some of that was the whole, let's be honest, racism. But some of that, and a large chunk of that, was also pragmatic perception of what they themselves had done there, and the institutions they have set up, which are going to survive them leaving, and the institutions that are going to be. Duke mentioning a conscience. Yeah, to an extent, they have a bit of a conscience. That's it. Yes, I think World War II before Russia's entry is definitely one of the stickier situations the been. Unlike previous wars, their continental opponent has tools. Really? They do? No. I'm sorry, the fleet of Napoleon was far more of a balanced force to fight the British than the fleet of Germany was. The Italian navy was capable, but they were in the Mediterranean and didn't really come out of it. Other than their submarines, which were very good, but didn't. They are the only things that come out of the Mediterranean from the Italian navy. The Germans have nothing that can reach the British. We've been over sea line, you know. The Germans, yeah, they go, oh, we have this. Really? If Scharnhorst and Gneisenau had hung around to fight Renown, they might have won. They would have been damaged so much that that the destroyers would have caught up with the fight, and before they'd sunk Renown. Definitely before that, and possibly they would have been still fighting when other capital ships of the Royal Navy called up, in which case Scharnhorst and Gneisenau would have been sunk. At no point did the Germans have enough resources to actually fight the British in terms of naval power, in terms of actually presenting that fear that the British would really have of a task group. Because the Germans don't concentrate their resources. It's not just about having something on paper, it's how you use it. You know, the good thing is, no one listened to Lütjens. Lütjens wanted to wait till Tirpitz was ready, and Scharnhorst and Gneisenau were able to group together, and his plan was to take Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Bismarck, and Tirpitz out as a group. Now that would have been frigging scary for the British to deal with. Because, I mean, 4 fast capital ships out operating as a 4. That would have been scary. How would the British have dealt with that? Probably an anvil force centered on Rodney and some R-class battleships, and whatever else they could get, and a hammer force settled on King George V, Prince of Wales, Hood, Renown, possibly Repulse if they could grab her from wherever she was at the time. Pretty much every ship they could get. And carriers. So Victorious and Ark Royal would be part of the fast group, and there'll probably be a couple of carriers in the slow group, probably Furious and maybe Argus. That would have been how the British would have had to do it. They would have had to pull everything, and possibly even they would have had to route convoys south while they were dealing with it, and cause an incredible delay on convoy trip movement. But they could have. But that is the scenario. Whereas the Germans send out 1 or 2 at a time, and frankly, yes, the British lose Hood. That's terrible. We don't want to lose a capital ship. We don't want to lose Hood. However, here's Vanguard coming along. Here's Duke of York coming along. Here's Anson and Howe coming along. The British launch more capital ships in World War II than the Germans have in the entire war. Think about that. The Germans, at their peak, have 4. During World War II, the British launch King George V, Prince of Wales, Launch Commission, King George V, Prince of Wales, Duke of York, Anson Howe. And HMS Vanguard is launched in November 1944. So they'll also have her. Plus, the Royal Navy built a huge amount of carriers, which use the same size slips. That's the difference you're talking about. And even German bombing power. Your comment got covered for the power. Ah, yes. I was referring to bombing, not naval power. Even the bombing, the Germans didn't have heavy bombers. This is the trouble for the Germans. They built an air force which has got a lot of very interesting aircraft, but they don't have they can't deliver the firepower they need to do the strategic bombing they want to do. You know, that's one of the reasons differences when you look at what Britain can inflict in heavy bombing campaigns and versus Germany, which is one of the reasons why I think the bombing campaign doesn't become part of the War Crimes Tribunal. Well, it wasn't really, if you look at, post World War II. Also, sort of flying low and slow is good for dropping fish in the shallow hollows. This screams biplane. It does. People think if Herbert Hoover became president in 1920, that would lead to the Great Depression 9 years early, which would prompt the British to leave the gold standard in 1923 instead of 1931. I honestly... Yeah, I don't know if Herbert Hoover has that much of an impact in 1920. It would be interesting. I think you'd also have a differential of how it would affect America versus how it would affect the rest of the world, as there's a difference in terms of relationship in 1920 versus the 1930s, or rather the late 1920s, beginning 1920s versus the late 1920s and early 1930s. I think World War II is before Russia's entry. I'll answer that one. And honestly, in World War I, the Germans have been attacking civilian populations. Again, that's one of the other things that's often forgotten, is the British have spent a huge amount of money on building actual spaces for the civilian populations to go, and plans for evacuating the civilian populations from cities, and on diversification and building their building up their factories around the country, and that's part of the Shadow Factory program. So that's part of the problem for the Germans when it comes to bombing the British. Their squad. Is it not like British ending slavery? You can't sell the slaves in the same way you can't sell the colonies. There is a factor on that, in that you cannot control the colony's economy can grow far more quickly. But the trouble is, at a certain point, you have to back their spending if they're a colony, versus they back their own. You're not on the hook for it if they're an independent country. Right, but if the war goes on long enough without Russian or American involvement, the Germans can build up a proper heavy bomb force. I'm not saying it's likely, it's just saying that if everything goes Germany's way, they might be able to peace out. Germany building up a proper heavy bomber force. There are so many things which have to change for that to happen. It's even without Russia or American involvement. The trouble is the Germans consistently were, how do I put this, going for more and more interestingly perfect designs. And yeah, no, there were a lot of the British were cranking out a lot of bombers, as was Canada. A lot of bombers. That's right. Problem those heavy bombers would face chain home and fighter command. That's part of the issue, yes. If they ever got built by their factories. Remember, the British were focusing on things like ball bearings, etc. It's one of the reasons why the Germans are actually simplifying aircraft production, because the British are targeting things which are necessary to make things more sensible. And airbags and heavy bombers equal even more fuel required, which is in short supply, yeah. If Scott Goering would insist... Are you just putting on Goering? There are so many people who would insist the strategic bomb was also capable of dive bombing. It's just amazing. There's just so many issues, yeah. No, there's... As I said at the beginning, the only way Germany could have won World War II is if everyone surrendered the moment they attacked them. Basically, everyone would have to do in Norway. So, what have we got coming up? I think I've already mentioned it, but the Key Ship Series 3 is going to be later in August because my Justin Craig thing has been moved. John South, even before the US got involved, the UK was already outproducing Germany on its own. UK built 30% more tanks than Germany did in the war. As for aircraft production, that disparity is much higher. Basically, the British doing consistent 26,000 a year, and the Germans, by the end of the war, they have got some up to they start off far less, and then at the end of the war, they theoretically have got to 40,000 aircraft in 1944, according to about 4 different journal articles I read. But it's really interesting. They're basically focusing on the small aircraft, and the British are building heavy aircraft as well, a mixture. So the British are always building more in terms of pounds of aircraft. The British are averaging 200 to 300 million pounds of aircraft a year in terms of weight. Million pounds, as in the weight pounds, rather than pounds of pounds. Pounds as in the monetary value. And the Germans don't reach that at any point, really. But guy, I don't know. If Lucian sorted with all 4 German capital ships, how would the US then react? Honestly, the US Navy would probably react by all their capital ships that were on the East Coast would be formed up into a task group. Everything they could find there would be activated. Me and Gareth will probably have that. Me and John Bull will probably have that discussion tomorrow about next installment of aircraft carrier survival. Darasarowski, it takes 4 times more to build a Lancaster than a Spitfire. Richard's wife says key ships on the line should last at least 2 hours. I'm aiming for them to be 40. Well, I'm theoretically aiming for them to be 20 minutes, but I'm giving up on that one. I'm aiming for them to be 40 minutes. Yeah, because they spent more on the V2 than the Manhattan project cost. I don't think so. I think actually the most expensive program of all time was the B-29. And if you add the B-29 program into the Manhattan project, it then becomes one of the most expensive military programs of all time. But we'll leave that to one side. Right. So what coming up next week? It's at what point in Age of Sail did the RN come closest to losing or actually lose naval superiority? What happened? Panic and mass construction. But leave that to one side. There are about 3 points I'm going to be using as examples. I think it's as a percentage of total government spending. Melanie 1640. So I think the thing is B52, B29. You're right. It was more expensive than it was 50% more expensive than Manhattan Project. Combine the two together, and it's obscene. Mm-hmm. The comment is also an airfield can only serve a certain number of fighters. If there are BF-109, they can strike, escort, or intercept, or a 400-kilometer radius. So, if there's a long B-51, that is over 1,000 kilometers. While B-51s could and did gang up on German fighters. Yep. There's all sorts of fun. Actually, the Dutch wars and the 1700s, a few times they lose control of the channel, but basically, yes, the Dutch war is going to be one example. She doesn't mind listening to the doc, or is it the fluffy research assistants? I don't know. I'll make sure the fluffies are around. There are a few bad examples, and a few good examples. So, let's see, what else we got coming up? You might notice that I have moved the middle one here, because I'm away for that week, and there's also brew ships not going to be done because I'll be away that Sunday. So basically, from the 13th to the 20th of August, I'm away. Well, 19th of August, I'm away. So we're just in Craig. So, and yes, what I tacked on to the Roosevelt video at the end was some costs of being a historian. And basically I thought, well, I'll ask if there's any questions, and I'll leave this up here in here. But yeah, this was the fun I had, because I explained on Sunday and I said a figure, and I thought, well, should never say a figure and not actually explain it, why it costs. So this is pre-tax income, and this is also one of the reasons why when historians go, it costs X amount of money to we are doing this and this and this, and we need to find this amount of money to do X, Y, and Z. Why it costs, it does. The example I would give is that I have given a figure of £25 to £50 for a picture from the IWM. I might be wrong on that one, and the reason I might be wrong in that, I might have underestimated it a level, because I've just had an interesting conversation today, which was basically along the lines of, oh, you want to use the picture on a YouTube video as well? Yes, I would like to. And how long would you like that video to be up for? Or how long would you like to sell that particular book on Kindle? What do you mean? Well, how long is it going to be up for? Is it going to be up for, 1 month, 1 week? I was planning on doing it and leaving it up there. I wasn't planning on taking it down at any point. Oh, so you mean you might want an in perpetuity license? Potentially. Which is a nice long conversation I'm probably going to end up having tomorrow, along the lines of how much is this going to cost me? And yeah. It's fun. It is fun. Licensing terms have gone crazy, yes. And so if you think about this, the average 75,000 word book, I Like My Troubles, Blood and Bearings, has roughly 100 pictures in it. So you can work out how many of those I had to buy and how much it cost by any ones which aren't Drakenafel. Very, very kind friend let me use his for free. I paid roughly £35 a picture. So you can work out how much that was. And I did a roughly 3 of these round trips. And someone came back to me and went, well, you know, why are you not doing them as individual trips? Actually, if I do them as individual trips, that's A, 12 days, not 10 days, which means more time off work. B, and this is always a fun one, it means actually more driving and more cost in fuel, because I have to go there and back and there and back. And C, I'm already up there. I might as well go a little bit further. It's just absurd to go home at that point. But also, that's another reason why you do a sort of certain level of hotel. Because you are away from home for a while, because it is a work trip, and because you need to be compos mentis and working and able to work in the evening and write up your notes in the evening to maximise those 2 days in the archives. You can't afford to have, as a very experienced academic put it to me when I was younger, academic burnout is real because of the costs and the pressures involved, and because of the fact the systems don't teach you to manage these things. You have to learn to do it. There is, a nicest way. I was lucky. The university I went to has an informal system where senior academics will tend to take aside PhD students and explain things to them on this, etc. But many institutions don't have that kind of system and don't explain to people. And, as I was talking about a few times about how you have to plan your costs, you have to plan your expenses and work things through. It gets very interesting very quickly. And you have to do a constant judgment when it comes to costs. And when you're doing books, etc., writing a book, there is a reason why most historians only produce one book every year or every 2 years. And if I will put this out now, if I don't do all the 4 books I'm planning on putting out, the 45,000 word books this year, the reason will not be because they're not written. They will have been written. The reason will be because I can't afford to have them buy the pictures for them and edit them to the standard which I'm happy to put them out. That will be it. And that is the honest factor. And I'm going to be realistic about this. My target is to get at least one of the books out. I would ideally like to do all 4, but I know how much I need to spend. And I also know how much I have as income. And I know if we end up having to move house, we are hopefully to move house, that's going to cause disruption. And it's, can I afford all the pictures? How much is this going to come back to me, costing me from the IWM? Because they've, as said, the picture standard which I had put up there was my previous book, was £25 to £50. It's obviously going to cost me more this time. I have no idea how much that's going to be. I don't. So that could well have an impact on what I can put out, what I can afford to put out. And there are senior academics, I know this, senior academics, the books of which they've written books and they sit beneath their desk. And they don't publish them until they can afford to pay for the pictures. And yes, we do class ourselves as self-employed and we do claim expenses, and I do put all this through my accountant, but, it still causes fun. And, because this is the reason why all historians are usually aristocrats or government bureaucrats. Yep. Plus, personally, I like the 1.5 hour plus key shows, but appreciate how much time you have. I do enjoy them. I told him my offers of pictures of flag class for free still stands. My step grandfather would be a fan of them used like that as long as they return. I'm sure. I might well have to request you on that one. There's an interesting when Newcastle use metro. Honestly, I usually stay within walking distance. This is going to sound strange. For me, Newcastle is a walking distance, especially where I tend to stay. In relation to the archives, and I have to admit that for quite a lot of the archives I tend to pick. Again, this is another reason I pick the hotels I do, because they tend to have good car parks to look after my car. And I will say this in the nicest way. There was a few years ago when I was going to Glasgow where I was not happy about, in the nicest way, the reason I was not I'd only stayed once, and in fact one night, in the travel lodge in Glasgow, where I was in Glasgow, was I was in what I'm told later was the dodgy travel lodge in Glasgow. I did love it. My cousins told me, oh, we wondered how long you'd last in that. And I was going, you live here and you let me book into the dodgy travel lodge. Yeah. That's nice of you. That's family. Yeah, it was funny. Thank you, Scooter GP. And but myself, first thing, if you win the lottery, set up a nice trust to look after yourself and your family. That's first things first. Anything else is gravy, but look after yourself and family first. Leslie Mitchell, better hotels than outside the city centre. True. Honestly, when I go to the Wirral archives, there's times I have. It depends on when I'm exactly going to be there, whether I stay in a hotel or I stay in one of the lodges, because there are lots of lodge units in that area, and they're nice. No, I'm having to deal with the Imperial War Museum at the moment. That's IWM is Imperial War Museum. And there's a few other companies like that, organizations like that who are similarly expensive. In fact, most of them are very, very expensive. And yeah, down to a minute, it might actually be cheaper. I've had my fair share of sketchy hotels. Yeah, the trouble is sketchy hotels. It's going to sound strange. Sketchy hotels and expensive laptop and books and car and trying to get a good night's sleep while then maxing out your day in the archives next day do not go well. Jack, right. That makes me think I'm going to go I'm trying to fill a swimming pool with a garden hose. No. Let's put it this way. Here is the factor which none of you probably realise, but I'm quite happy to admit. There is no way my first book, Tribal Boundaries, got published to the level it did without the support of all of you. Because my ability to earn income went down so far during COVID. There is no chance it would have been published and would have been able to be put together to that level without your support. Because one of the big problems I was having with the publishers was I didn't have enough pictures of good enough quality. And if it hadn't been for the income of YouTube, if it hadn't been for the income of Patreon, basically there are about 4 months of YouTube and Patreon income which entirely go on pictures. Entirely. This is despite the fact the Drac is quite so generous and so many of the books come from the Drakenfell collection that it would have, without all of you, it wouldn't have happened. And the thing is, again, I cannot afford to do this, despite working as much as I do, and I work a lot. You know, there's a joy of being a functioning insomniac. I can fit a lot of work in. I cannot afford to do all this because at the moment all the universities have revised their grant offerings, and I'm not going to get any academic grants because I'm a contract lecturer and there's all sorts of weird things going on. You know, I could not have do any of this, do this other book, without your support. So the fact is that, yes, your support is the difference between me being unable to afford it or being able to, if I budget quite a lot, afford it. But there is also a reason that most days, and this is not a bad thing, but, you know, and quite a lot of academics I know does this, go through periods of what they call the book diet, where you basically have one meal a day. But that's partially because of time working, and that's partially because of saving money. So you have one decent meal a day rather than having multiples. Because it saves time and it saves money. And then you just drink and live off nuts, basically, the rest of the day. Which is not bad. It's actually recommended by some dietitians as a way to lose weight. It's never worked on me. But we do all sorts of things, and there are all sorts of conversations will be had at strange points in university life about how to save money to do this, to deal with this, because these things cost so much money. They're entirely structured around because basically what they have, what the companies selling the pictures have this idea of is they have this idea we're either rich or we are being paid by publishers, and we're going to earn lots and lots of money. We're not. Let's put it this way. Let's talk about this book, the 45. Let's talk about one 45,000 word book, right? So the Corvettes one, Flower Class. That's going to be roughly 2 of these trips. That's going to be, let's say, roughly. Let's say I'm doing 60 pictures, and let's say I have to find 40 of them, and I have to pay 40 of them, average of £40 a go. So that's 1,600. So that's 4,600. Let's say it costs me roughly £500 in editing, so that's roughly £5,000. So then if I'm selling them at, let's say I was planning on selling them roughly at £6 a book. I have to, if I sell 1,000 copies, I make £1,000 over all of that before tax. And that's the reality of it. Nicholas, I purchased your Battlecruiser in 20s and 30s books. I'm glad you would. I'm hoping to get an advance from a publisher and get a publisher to support me for doing that. Don't see Iron Brew in the budget. That's because Iron Brew is in the permanent budget. IWM are fine. They have to get money from somewhere, so I understand it. I just feel personally aggrieved that it affects me in this way. But I know they have to get money somewhere, so I'm practical about it. Yeah, pretty much. Nothing significant. Jack Ray, you are directly responsible for TBD being published. You all are, collectively, but yeah. There are a couple of you who have made a humongous difference. It's not... Again, also, please remember, it's a choice to do this. And this is something I always try and make a point. It's a choice to do this. I choose to be a historian. The amount of random offers I get from various companies to go and do analytics and report writing for them, and basically do that and use the analytical skills I have to work for them. If I was after money, I could go do that. And if it ever got really tight, that is what I would have to do. But the trouble is, I know once you get into that life, you get addicted. Very quickly, you become used to that level of money. And once you become used to that level of money, you don't come back that easily. In fact, if you ever do. But there is a good example. There is a nice guy called Jonathan Bosch who did come back. And he's now just been made a professor of military history at Birmingham. During question, Bar and Brew is the coffee equivalent. Bar and Brew is the water equivalent for me, but yeah. Bonus. I'm seriously considering whether to keep my son on academic history path after BA. What we just said. It's... Look. If they want to do it, they can do it. And there are grants, there are ways to work it. But also you have to be smart. You have to work hard, and you have to figure out a way. Honestly, I didn't think of YouTube being a way when I started a YouTube channel. I just was enjoying it, was bored in my room and trying to get everything done and frustrated to an extent with COVID and not being able to go and teach. And now I've got all this. And I know it's not as massive as others. There's always the thing of, sometimes I say to people, I've got 10,000 subscribers now recently. I got to say that for the first time. And they go, that's great. And I go, yeah, my best friend is nearly 500,000. I know where I rank in things. And I love it for him because he deserves it because the amount of work he puts into it. But there's also the fact that, I've got 10,000. That's really good. I'm really happy with that. And thanks to all your support, I get to still do this stuff. Because I haven't got the permanent history post. I haven't got the permanent post in university. And honestly, I can probably see why. I know me. I know my reputation in various circles. I am outspoken and I tend to say exactly what I think. And let's be honest, being blunt and I would argue most of the time right. And being naturally inclined that when I see things happening which are bad, I point them out, does cause issues. I am... Sounds like I'm blowing my own trumpet. But there's a friend of mine who once turned around to me when I was asking, there'd been trouble apparently with someone. And I went, I've never seen them do anything like that in front of me. And she turned around to me and said, no, they don't do anything like that in front of you. You would say something and stop them. Or kick them out. And... yeah... That combined with a research focus which is naval history and... yeah. Life is fun. Well, that's the point. I would like to point out about Trials, Battles and Darings. It hasn't paid back the money it's been invested in it yet to me. In fact, it will need to get to a 4th edition for it to do so. I worked it out. I did work it out when I did it. The amount of money you get return. Yes, saying what you think shouldn't be considered a bad thing, but it can cause trouble in rock boats. And it can cause issue because some people presume they should be respected and etc. because of rank. Excellent. Tank Vessel was quite interesting, really. I ran into Drac on the Friday in his casual mode, and no one was going up to him. Come Sunday, I'd agree. This is one of the reasons why he likes travelling with groups. The other people go, come on, come talk to him. I can't reconcile that company of you doing this while talking people out of it. I don't talk people out of it. This is the thing. I never talk. I love history and I love doing it. But I will also always be honest about it. That is one of the things I will always be. I will always tell people honestly what it is like. I have once had people accuse me on the bottom of videos comment, oh, you're always asking for money, you're always doing this, you're always crying. No, I'm not. I'm telling you honestly what it's like being a historian and what it's like being me as a historian. And if you talk to others, you will find they have similar issues and similar costs. And some don't notice the costs. It's just part of their life. They understand it. The trouble is with talking behind someone's back, and I will always say this to some people, is just remember that if you talk behind one person's back, the odds are that to someone else, the odds are that other person might talk behind your back to someone else as well. And it can get round like Chinese whispers. And academia is an incredibly small network. Downtown rank has responsibilities, not privileges. True. There are all sorts of people. Anyway, right, I'm going to say good night, everyone, and I'm going to pop on Discord in a bit, but I'm going to go basically check outside because I've just seen someone wander past looking like she's looking for something, and it is 20 past 11 at night, so I'm hoping she's not rebuilding the garden at this time. So I will be on Discord in the general chat bit in a couple of minutes. Okay? Thank you very much, Albert Zasky, Paul Amos, Jack Ray, Rapper Razorback, Night631, Steve Richards, Dan Freeman, Melanie6040, Ibex, Good as GP, Duke of Patchington, thank you, Atris Verdun, thank you, Dan Freeman, thank you, Nicole Ross, thank you, Paul from Chicago, thank you, Jack Ray, I thought I set up, I'm not sure, thank you, Let's See Mitchell, Runon, thank you everyone who Riggs, thank you everyone who's a member, thank you everyone who's been watching, hope you enjoyed the Long Patrol version is when it comes out. Thank you DG40, thank you David Goulding, thank you Ian Morrison, thank you Budgate829, and thank you everyone else. Thank you Steve Clarke, Dirt Scott, Scooters GSP, thank you everyone. Take care. Thank you Atros for Ford. Do not suggest that, Melanie. She will. Thank you, Ibex. Glad you're enjoying the channel.